here we are, episode 21. Abomination Vaults, Pathfinder 2E, good fun. We're going to have a good session tonight. It's a special session. We're starting a little bit earlier. Episode 22 will be this Sunday, only a couple days from now. Awesome. I'm looking forward to it. Full house tonight, too. I got a good friend, Ryan. He's going to be joining us. He plays Loftur. I'll let him go into that when I introduce him. And of course, we got Kyle, we got Jesse, we got Rachel. And who knows, somebody else might pop in as well. We shall see. But we're going to pick up where we left off from episode 20. However, we're going to check out some of the other companions, including Arthurian, Elias, Valifor, and Loftur. We're going to see what they're up to, because if you recall, the other members of the companions are currently underground, below the gauntlight, exploring and investigating the strange occurrences. We're going to see what they're up to. So, for our players tonight, we've got Kyle. Go ahead and introduce yourself and your character. Kyle?
What's up, my friends? How y'all doing tonight? It's a very, very special night. I'll be playing Arthurian Drakebane, Dwarven Fighter. Got a very long beard. Normally I play Dane, but we're switching things up tonight. We'll have to dig a little deeper into Arthurian's past here and there. And of course, I got some good friends here with me tonight. See where everything goes.
That's right. I'm excited. I'm looking forward to it. Rachel, what do you think? Introduce yourself and your character.
Sure. Hello, it's Rachel. I'm playing Elias. It's been a very long time, but I'm excited to be back playing my champion of Caden. We'll see what happens, because this is a very interesting group of people. We've spent a lot of time with the others, but, Elias is still kind of strangers with Arthurian. And of course, he knows good old Loftur, but... Oh, not Loftur, but Valifor. So, we'll see. We'll see how today goes.
Okay. And Ryan, you might as well introduce yourself as well. You're here.
Yeah, actually, yeah. My one session I was in, I was with we're with Elias, exploring those initial rooms into the gauntlight. But my name's Ryan, playing Loftur, an elfin Viking male, tall, bulky, blonde-haired, bearded. He brandishes a long sword and a round wooden shield, and he's currently employed by the Otari guard and has been serving them well and working up the ranks, looks like. So I just wanted to see where he's at tonight.
Yeah, excellent. Excited to see what you do with Loftur tonight. He's always been kind of lingering in the background, taking part, here and there. I've been running him. But he's actually a big part, important part of the campaign, the Abomination Vaults. So I'm glad you're here to play him. Looking forward to it. And of course, Jesse is also here, early as ever. What's going on, Jesse?
Hey guys, I play Valifor, the third level fighter, which is going to be 3 fighters in our group tonight. This should be interesting. I brandish a 2-handed sword, and I also have a curious grappling hook that you guys may remember. It's from a golem's severed hand. I'm also going to be trying out a new character voice for Valifor tonight, so bear with me. And I look forward to adventuring with everybody tonight.
Excellent. We're going to pick up with these companions back at Otari, while the others, Dane, Sheppi, their newfound friend, the cleric, Devon, Althea. They're currently underground in the gauntlight. It's Farast, the 18th, the day after the important meeting that was held on the 17th with Rin, the mayor, and Loftur. And we're going to pick up on the 18th. Shortly after Dane and some of the other companions left early in the morning at sunrise. They disappeared. They went their way. They gathered themselves together at the Rowdy Rockfish Inn, tavern, and made their way. Of course, letting the other companions that were nearby in on this. The remaining companions decided to, I don't know what they decided on, but they're remaining behind. Perhaps do some more further investigating here. Or maybe approach the gauntlight from a different angle. Who knows? We'll see. That's what this session's all about. Now, before we get into that, we're going to do a little downtime. Because it's been quite a while since Valifor and Arthurian have been to the gauntlight. It's been about 10 or 11 days since they were last there. 10 days later, they had that meeting, which we all remember in the previous episode. But that in between right there, we got to cover. I think Arthurian was the only one of this group currently gathered here in the session that actually set foot in the gauntlight for a short period of time with some new friends and explored it. I think Althea did as well, but that's she's not here. So we'll take that into account. We'll subtract a day from Arthurian's downtime. So he's got about 9 days to keep track of. And we'll start off with Valifor. Valifor, what did you want to do? I think you said you wanted to look for some cage fighting or competitive fighting because your background is a gladiator. Much like another character with us tonight. But anyway, I'm going to check that scene out and see if there's something you can get involved with. Maybe make a little coin. Yeah, you never know. Shortly after leaving the gauntlight, you start looking into this. And after gathering some information, talking to some folks here and there, looking for that work that you're interested in, nothing comes about. Nothing comes from it. Doesn't seem to be any cage fighting scene or anything like that where you could make some money. However, there is a way at the market. They occasionally have little displays of strength, athleticism, and maybe a little fighting. Take on so-and-so and earn some coin. Every once in a while, there's that too. If you want, I'll allow you to spend some time there at the market and see if you can do some demonstrations of strength or combat prowess. Would that interest you?
Sounds up my alley.
Okay. That's going to be athletics. You're going to be using athletics skill for this. You'll be making an athletics check based off a task level that I assign. And based on your role and the way you describe it, I'll tell you how much you earn. And if you're happy with that, you can earn that very same amount for all the days that go by, which is 10 days in this case. And you'll make all that coin.
Sounds good.
So describe to me what this looks like. And if you are indeed doing it at the market. I mean, there's other possibilities in the middle of the street. You could go off to the Otari barracks and, hey, everybody, watch me. I'll show you how to flex your muscles and really look impressive, intimidating. However you want to describe or do this. Go ahead and do that. However you want to do that.
All right, so I picture him going to the market and hearing about what's going on there and feats of strength and athleticism. He issues the challenge to anyone who thinks he's stronger than me, or can climb a rope, or jump tables, whatever they do to show athleticism. He's definitely up to the challenge. And if anyone wants to take him on in hand-to-hand combat, he's ready.
All right. Bright and early the next day, you spend quite a bit of that day looking around for potential jobs. But by the end of the day, afternoon, I shouldn't say the end of the day, you do come to the market. Great place to demonstrate your prowess. Maybe show some skilled movements with your blade, which you're good at. Maybe tear off your shirt and look even more impressive. Maybe do 100 push-ups in 30 seconds. Something like that, I imagine you doing with this. And as you're looking around doing this, you notice one stall. Near that stall is this big wagon. It's got red and white stripes over top of it, and it's kind of like a little pavilion you can look into, and shaded from the sun. But in front of this wagon, this pavilion wagon, you see boulders piled to the left. To the right, you see some really thick logs piled with an axe. Not a very big looking axe. It actually looks like a hand axe, stuck in the top. Also, you see a rope that's stretched between the logs and the stone. Who knows what that's about, but it's there. And this curious little fellow looks, he's about 4 foot tall. He's human. He's not dwarf, but he's a shorter guy. He's got a big beard. And he spots you eyeing up his little area. No one else is around, not paying much attention. It's about mid-afternoon. Things are slowing down in the market square, and people start to close up. But, he spots you, and he looks over at you. He says, "Aye, what you be looking for? Can I interest you in some demonstrations?" And you realize this is right up your alley and an opportunity. What do you say to him?
Indeed.
All right. So go ahead and roll an athletics check and describe for me what exactly you're attempting to do. He says, over here we have some big rocks. If you look, you'll notice there's 3 different sizes. The biggest one looks really heavy. I mean, this is something that's like a boulder you'd see up in the mountains. But he asks if you'd want to try and lift one of these rocks.
He's going to walk right up to the biggest rock, and he's going to lift it up over his head and say, This is what you call a heavy stone?"
All right, go ahead and make an athletics check. I have a DC, and this is to see if you can pick it up and say what you said. Maybe that doesn't happen.
Public or GM?
This can be public. You'll know whether you lifted it up or not. There's nothing hidden here. Wow. You pick up that boulder and you recognize it. This is pretty heavy. This is pretty heavy. And it's about 3 foot long and about 2 foot wide. You couldn't juggle it, but it's something that normally a normal person couldn't pick up. But you pick it up, both hands, pull it up onto your stomach like this, and you seem to have no trouble raising it over your head. Very impressed. He says, "Oh, wow, no one's ever done that. I'll tell you what." And you drop the rock down, I assume. "I'll tell you what. I could make us some coin if you would like to do that again in front of a crowd. Be here in the morning. I'll gather up some more of these rocks. You are strong." And as he says that, he reaches up onto your shoulder and starts feeling your muscles. And yeah, you definitely impressed him and picked up that boulder, which was no easy task. Congratulations with that 31. That should be a public roll, by the way. Did you?
It was an accidental roll, and then I rolled again, but it's all right.
I counted the 31, not the 6. Let me make that.
We like the 31. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I like
Keep
that
the
too.
31.
Well, the thing
Because
was,
you were describing this, I'm like, wait, this doesn't sound like a 6.
yeah, that
Yeah.
your D26, that didn't even have any modifiers to it. That was a flat roll, so it didn't count anyway. It was an
Yep.
athletics check, so it would add your plus 11 for strength. Thus, 31. That's the one it counted. All right, so yeah, we'll mark off a day for that. I'm going to discount a day. And yeah, we can zip by this. So you've got a place where you can do all kinds of things, lifting rocks. He's got this hatchet here of splitting logs in one shot, he suggests. And if you want to do that, that's what we'll go with.
Sounds good.
All right, go ahead. We'll go into the next day, and you go ahead and make your roll. I have a task assigned to it, and a DC, and then I'll compare your roll with that DC to see what you make. All right. This is the next day, right when people are gathering around, oohs and ahs. Young children are like, wow, I want to be like him, Mommy. And then you describe to me what this looks like when you go to split the logs or pick up some of these rocks.
Well, I do picture him since he's so strong. He probably could juggle these rocks with no problem. I'll bring the rock to normal people and say, go ahead, try to lift it.
Okay.
And then when they can't do it,
All right, go ahead and make your athletics check. Public. $20. You got a 20. Dirty 20. Okay. And what's your proficiency in athletics?
it's expert +7. And then my strength adds 4.
I just need your proficiency.
It's expert.
Okay. By the end of the day, including... Well, by the end of the day, you make 3 silver pieces. If you want to do that for the next 9 days, that'll give you 26 silver pieces. That's 2.5 gold, roughly. If you're happy with that, that will be your downtime. So you could spend your time here in the market doing all these little feats, all kinds of things that you were describing to me. So yeah, people are chipping in some coin.
Yeah.
People are making bets, like, can he pick up that rock? I don't think so. I'll bet on that. He picked it up. Oh, wow. You know, all this goes on. So you're going to make a total of 26 silver pieces for 9 days of doing this nonsense if you want to. Is that good?
It's good.
That's good. So you spend your time doing that. Arthurian? So what you've been up to, you went into the gauntlight with your newfound friends, you had some exploits in town, you met Brolo in the back and had some brawling, you made new friends. Althea, the gnome, met up with Tamley. And did some other things. You also had that big meeting the day before of this session, and met a lot of folks. You remember Loftur. Right when your loyalty to this little mission, if you could be trusted, stood up in front of everybody and raised his mug, proclaiming, I trust this fellow. I trust this dwarf. I would stand with him. You were taken aback by that, because this was the gentleman who arrested you a couple nights ago. Put you in the Huskow. You and Magnolia. Stripped down to your loins. But, that's all you remember. You also remember you had a little confrontation in the woods regarding some ne'er-do-wells. A lot went on. This is the next day after the meeting. After all those little exploits. And currently, do you remember where you were staying at? You were staying at the Crook's Nook, I believe.
Crook's Nook, yep.
Which is right on the bridge spanning the Osprey River, cutting through town. So you're now a companion now. You remember this group of adventurers. You've talked with them, discussed with them the gauntlight and its mysteries. All kinds of things. And you've... how do you want to start your day? At the Crook's Nook, or do you want to head to the Rowdy Rockfish? Because that's where the others seem to be gathering. They're planning to go out the next morning. And by the time you're up and at 'em, they've already left. Dane and some of the others. How does your day
Yeah,
look
I'll-
when you get up? What's going on?
Oh, well, Dane will, well, yeah, Arthurian will get up. Not real early because he missed the party. Probably right after that, he'll start strapping on his armor and then taking a brush and combing out his long beard, slicking his hair back. Taking great detail in how this dwarven beard is presented. Took him quite a while to make that beard. Dwarf that hates haircuts. And, yeah, after that he will head down to the Rockfish to see who all's still there, if they're still there, if maybe he can still catch them or not. Yeah, I'll just go sort of bubbling through the front door, this stout dwarf with a bastard sword on his back, shield, and a heavy crossbow waddling in. Top of the morning to you! Top of the morning there, lads and lassies. No need to get up, it's just me.
All right, it's about mid-morning. And you've made your way across the bridge, short little walk over to the Rowdy Rockfish. And sure enough, you see, sitting at a familiar location, you see Elias, and you also see Valifor. They've gathered themselves together. And again, this is taking place shortly after the other heroes' companions have left, all right, about an hour or so ago. Whether or not you encountered them or not is up to you. Did I forget anybody? No. So yeah, that's who's currently gathered at this table, close to the entrance to the Rowdy Rockfish. Elias, Valifor, you're sitting there, you're having a bowl of spices and good breakfast spice. A morning ale, big loaf of buttered bread with a nice glaze of butter on it. You're enjoying your meal, thinking about the day and what you're gonna do with it. Your other friends have made their way off, intent on going back into the gauntlight, which you intend to as well, all in due time. When in the front walks this new member of the companions, this dwarf. What does Arthurian see when he looks over at your table? Elias.
I'm thinking, don't worry.
Or Valifor, if you want to jump in. What's going on?
Well, you've already described that he sees us eating our spices. But he also sees Elias well in his champion uniform. He's eyeing the notice board. And he assumes in deep thought.
And as you look around, Elias, in front of you, of course, is Valifor, who's busy just spooning into that brothy breakfast soup. You look to your right. You see next to the entrance where the dwarf has come in, you see that big wall where people post little pieces of parchment looking for work. And there's a few pieces on there. You glance to the left near the bar. You hear a crash coming from the back. Maybe it's Brelda dropping something. But you see the barkeep. He's standing. He's a big husky guy, balding on the head, and he's got a big mug in his hand with a rag. He's cleaning it. He looks grumpy today. You've seen him before, but today he looks particularly grumpy, mumbling something under his breath. You peer to the left of him and over to the right. There's about a half dozen patrons, typical folk, most of which you've seen before. But over on the left, the far left, almost behind you, or no, not behind you, in front of you, you see a solitary gentleman. He's got a cloak on, but the hood is down. You can see this mustache, dark-colored hair, and you see this slick black hair. He's human. And he seems to be reading something. A little piece of parchment. And every once in a while, his head bows, and it almost looks like he's crying. But then your eyes are drawn once again to the entryway. You see the dwarf make his entrance, proclaiming, "Greetings, friends!" And yeah, that's what you see. What do you do?
I'll call Arthurian over. Good morning. I recognize you. Come on over. Join us. Have you had breakfast yet?
Oh, Ellie, wasn't it?
Close, but I'll pay no mind to that. It's Elias. Now sit. Come on, sit
Elias,
down.
Elias. Arthurian bumbles over, sort of this upbeat, cheery, charismatic little dwarf just bebopping over to you.
If you take any longer, and my buddy here is going to eat your breakfast.
I'm already here. Don't make fun of a dwarf, lad. We dwarves are natural sprinters. We waddle very quickly over very short distances. Usually there's ale on the other side there, lad.
That shouldn't be a problem. And Elias kind of looks at the barkeep. Now, this was the grumpy-looking guy, right? Who's out there?
Mm-hmm.
He'll kind of tentatively just wave, like, oh, do I really want to get his attention? But I'll wave him over to order more drinks.
Oh,
Some
Be-
breakfast.
be right with
Ale.
you. Be right with you. Hold on. He
What's
sits,
the matter, barkeep? Did you wake up on the wrong side of the bed rail this morning there, lad?
That could be, dwarf, maybe. And he makes
You
his...
look like you've seen one too many winters. Sleeping on stone will do that to you, lad.
and he makes his way over to the table. And now, what can I do to help you? And if you want to order something, you can do so. Some
Yes, another morning round.
Another morning ale it is. For the dwarf, I assume.
Aye, and a good breakfast as well, my good lad.
He kind of leans into you, Arthurian, and says, I got a special brew from up north. Comes special brewed by the dwarves. Maybe you've heard of it.
Oh, really? You don't say. Well, trot that bad feller out here. Bring the whole keg with you.
A whole keg? I don't think we have a whole keg, but I'll see what I can do. I'll be right back. He turns around and he heads off to the back. Valifor, how about you? What are you doing? You're sitting there chowing down.
Hello there, dwarf. What brings you to this fine table of ours?
Oh, you didn't know there, lad. I'm one of them new companion fellers.
Oh, okay. So you've been to the gauntlight, I see.
I have indeed. I had a little gnome with me. Her name was Thea. That's a real sweet lass, that was.
Ooh, I see. Yeah,
My heart to see nice folk out and about.
it's been a while since I've been in there, but I have heard of the others that have continued our adventure for us.
Very
I have
brave
been-
of them.
And
Yes,
then
very
there was
brave.
That one little feller, he was a goblin. I actually got arrested protecting that little feller.
Indeed.
I myself have been traveling with Dane. We've been in the gauntlet many times. It feels weird to be without him.
Who's Dane? He's the big feller, the strong, sullen feller that always looks sad all the time, right?
Yeah, but believe it or not, I think the two of you would have a lot in common.
Oh, how say so? I ain't sad all the time. I didn't lose my home.
No, not in your emotions, in your strength and just your
Your combat style.
combat style. That's it.
Practice
Thank you,
the
Velafor.
old hand and a half sword.
No
that.
problem.
Perhaps
Just so you know,
I'll
I'm the
go to
local.
meeting.
I'm the local strongman of Otari. I have fans. If you're interested, you can come to my shows.
Or are you challenging a dwarf to a strength competition there, lad?
Maybe. How far can you throw a giant boulder?
Oh, 20 paces.
Well, we'll have to see.
Maybe we should make this a three-way competition, because I'll
Indeed.
gladly enter.
Arthurian's gonna look at your arms, Elias, then look to Valifor's, then look to his, and then look to yours, and then look to Valifor's. You
Valifor
might need to
flexes.
go get the big fella for that one. Oh,
And where
speaking of which-
you're wrong in underestimating me, that's for sure.
Oh, lad, I'm just having a josh at you. I'm just having a josh. But I was arrested under bad tidings. I apologize for my behavior there. Was trying to fight for this little goblin
Behavior.
honor.
We all like to get into a scrap every once in a while.
Speak
No.
for yourself. I've been traveling quite a bit, and I've never seen the inside of a jail cell.
Well, lad, now, this was different. This came from a place of good intention now. The big feller said his name was Brolo. I will have him. Arthurian sort of glances between you both. Sort of started picking a fight with me little goblin friend. And I just couldn't have that. He came waddling up to the table and I said, one more step, lad, I'm gonna headbutt you right in the hips. And I did, because we went around back and, well, yeah. Things gotta happen.
You're protecting the honor of the little one. The little goblin.
It's what I do. It's what we dwarves naturally do.
Well, I can respect that.
Respect that.
Elias punches Valifor in the arm. Ha-ha! Jinx!
Jinx,
You owe me an ale!
Joke's on you, because I already have an ale. Ha-ha!
Special dwarven ale, I see.
Hey, let's give this a go, and Dane and Arthurian start chugging down this mug, using his beard as a napkin.
Okay. Okay.
Save some for us.
Proper dwarven brew that. Nothing like a good old taste of home.
There's plenty more, dwarf. How about the rest of you? You want some of this special ale? It'll cost you some coin. This will cost everybody an extra silver piece. If you want this special brew.
That's fine. Arthurian will chuck down another silver piece, and then 2 more for Elias and Valor. Of course they do. They want some taste of the dwarven home. Like, get it.
Dwarven ale on the house.
Be
Now
about
this I can drink too.
You brighten,
I won't turn this down. Thank you, Arthurian.
you brighten my day. It'll be right up. He swipes the coins. Deduct that from your coins
I already
there.
have, Fred. I already have.
You have. And you're all good to go. Anything else?
So what we doing? So what we doing here?
Who's this character over here that seems to be crying?
What?
Anyone recognize him? This smooth-haired fellow at the table next to us?
So you saw him weeping too. Very
did.
suspicious or off-putting. Man crying in a bar.
I honestly
He's
thought
probably
that
not
was
even
Dane
drunk.
for a minute.
You're too rough on him.
Maybe we should see what's going on with him.
Aye, watch this. Oi, lad, you alright?
Uh, yeah. And he turns back into his letter, and he's got a mug there in front of him that's empty. But he doesn't really reply. And just then, as you say that, you hear the doors swing open behind you at the entrance, and once again, someone enters, looking left and right, as if looking for somebody. Elias, you recognize this person. And it all clicks in your mind now. Well, wait a minute, he wears the garb of the Otari guard. I recognize that face. Arthurian, you do now as well. That's that, human warrior. And tell us what the companions see. Loftur? Or how do you guys react when he steps into the room? You all pretty much recognize him. He was in that meeting the day before.
Crap, I didn't do it. Lads, hide me.
Balfour
He's not
stands
here
in front
for
of
you,
the
is he?
dwarf. You're not looking for him. He bought me an ale. He's my buddy now.
I kind of look around the room too, just as he does. You know, if he looks left, I look left. Like, what the heck is he looking for?
First off, does he spot the guy in the corner?
The slicked-haired guy? Or the companions?
In the hood.
Yeah, you can see him.
The
But
crying guy.
yeah, you notice him. You notice there's about a half
Okay.
dozen patrons, but most
Yeah.
your attention is drawn immediately to the companions, at least
Sure.
some of them.
Yeah.
And you see them
Okay.
not far away from you. They're sitting at this one table. There's this big glass window that they can peer out and see what's going on in the street. They didn't see you approach, but there they are.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do?
Okay. He'll look, after he finishes scanning the room, almost a smile over his face, and just immediately begins to saunter over, maybe swinging by the bar if it's on the way, and just call out to the barkeep, the usual mead, please. And then approaches the companions.
Okay, so you pick up a nice mug and you wander your way over towards the table.
Loftur stands before you all, and he asks, "Mind if I join you?"
Sure, pull up a chair.
You're
It's been a
buying.
while.
Yeah. Don't worry, none of you are in trouble this time.
That's reassuring.
Well, that's good to hear.
All right. What are y'all drinking today?
Stout dwarven ale, lad. You want some?
I wasn't told of this. Barkeep, the same.
Elias was nervous for a little bit. He's like, oh no, was this illegal? Or was he calling the barkeep to report him? Phew, everything's good.
Well, listen.
Thank God it's not moonshine.
Been hearing reports of your adventures the past few weeks. Been a bit unnerving, honestly, what's been going on. But I fear that there are eyes upon you. You've been onlookers, we'll put it that way. There are reports that a hooded stranger is roaming the streets, asking questions specifically about you all. Thea, in particular.
Something happened.
What happened exactly are you referring to?
I don't know, but something happened. Is she all right?
So Loftur, you don't
But I know that.
you really don't know about those events. All you really know is that there's been rumors of a hooded person, at least one of them, roaming around the streets asking questions about the companions. And you know the companions. Some of them are right in front of you.
Right.
You're
right.
part of this as much as they are, really. But rumor has it, what you've heard is that this mysterious hooded person has been asking about the companions, in particular, one known as Thea or Althea, who you recognize as one of the companions. She's actually a resident here in Otari for about 5 years or so. She's a little gnome, a cleric of Desna. The only time you really met her was at the meeting, which was the day previous, with Rin Savixi and the mayor in attendance. It all took place at the mayor's residence. You were there.
Right.
But you've heard this and thought it of import to tell the companions, hey, there's eyes upon you. And this hooded individual.
Exactly. And more importantly, I met with Rin, and well, she has an idea. She thinks that there's a certain someone named Clarencia Farandol. Any of you heard of her? By chance?
If anyone wants to make a Recall Knowledge Society, you can do that. But offhand, no. Doesn't ring any bell.
Yeah. I'll let anyone roll if they want to.
If anyone wants to do that, let me know that you're doing so.
I'll do it.
I'll try.
Yeah, I rolled already.
Does not ring a bell to any of you.
All right. Well, she's an elderly elven lady, a sage, or she once was at one point. She has information about the gauntlight, even Belcora.
Yeah, she might.
She might. Yes, I'm sorry. She lives several miles, perhaps a couple hours trek, just outside of town, a bit off the beaten path. I was wondering, would you all like to, perhaps, come with me, investigate?
Aye, a threat to Althea. The last never hurt no one. If I
Well,
find out who done it, I'll headbutt him right in the hips.
Any information on Belcora would be useful in the gauntlight.
Yes, I'm with Valafor on that.
If it'll end all this strangeness, I'm in agreement. I'd rather my job be a little more boring.
Well, but without it being boring, lad, why would you keep your skills sharp?
That's true. That's true.
With
A little
Valafor,
quieter,
there's never
I
a boring
guess.
moment. Let's go, my friends. Let's see what we can
Yes.
muster up.
All right. Arthurian chugs down the last of the dwarven ale, and he looks over to the barkeep. I'll be back.
Put it
Keep
on
it
reserve.
on ice, lad. I'll be back.
Put it on our tab.
Put it on Arthurian's tab.
Yes, Arthurian's tab. Sorry about that.
Very generous of you. Elias finishes his ale as well.
Mine's already empty.
Go off.
Drinking it while Loftur
While
kinda
he's
talk to
talking,
us.
he's
Yeah.
like, "Blub, blub, blub."
Loftur drinks both of his drinks now.
Yeah, you guys are feeling a little buzzed.
A little
and-
fist.
buzzed and tipsy as you exit the Rowdy
Now's a good
Rockfish.
time to head out.
All right.
Let's stumble out now.
Let's
Remember last time it got ugly.
meet me outside the barracks, and I'll have to go drop off some things.
Okay. All right, it'll take a little bit of time, about an hour more will go by. It's still morning, late morning. Loftur, you can head your way over to the barracks. I'll move your token over there. Let me bring you guys to the main map.
Just gotta put away my tabard and
Okay.
locker and all that stuff.
Okay. You say about an hour, you'll meet again. over at the barracks. And I assume you guys all head to the barracks as well.
On the way there, I want to pick up a couple spears from
Right.
the marketplace.
Go ahead and look them up in the items directory. Look at their price, deduct it from your inventory, coins that is, and then drag it to your character sheet.
Okay.
Whatever you want.
Is there 3 available?
Yes.
Okay.
And as you first step out into the streets in front of the Rowdy Rockfish, knowing that eyes are upon you, you're a little bit more conscious of your surroundings. You look left and right, paying attention, mindful, somewhat worrisome. You recall how Thea said the same thing earlier. She was being watched. And Arthurian, you remember what became of that. Surely those eyes are no longer peering at us. And you start to remember the mysterious hooded creature that spoke with a lisp and spoke directly at you in that encounter in the woods days before. You make your way to the barracks. Valifor stopping off to pick up some spears at the local general store, which is not far from where you're located, a little bit towards Rook's Alley, I believe. You all stop off with him if you would like. If you want to buy anything of general purpose, including some weapons, you can do so. Otherwise, you'll head off to the barracks. Where you've all agreed to meet. So an hour goes by. All right. All right, you gathered together. You see Loftur come stepping out. You're all ready and good to go, Loftur. You've got some downtime. You've got some free time. And you've decided to join the companions or have them join you. Maybe getting some information from this Clarencia Ferendal or Ferendal, who lives far to the north. You'll have to take the main route. It'll probably be off this map. You won't actually be on this map, but what I'll do is I'll drag everybody up into the woods up here, and you can get the gist. What?
Share one request to my guardsmen.
Yes.
I'd like for them to keep an eye on our 6, as it were. Just to watch our backs as we're leaving, and pay attention to any denizens that are, watching us as we're leaving, or even following us.
Sure thing. We'll keep our eyes open. And they watch as you head up the North Trail. No problem. So, what's the plan here? You're all heading up to this location?
Yeah, we're looking to find that lady.
It's actually off the map further to the north. It's going to be a few hours to get to this location. And from what you understand, Loftur, you're leading the group. You know the general whereabouts of where this location is. And it goes a few miles along this trail, the Greenery Road, it's called, all right? And then follows the flume north, and then it's off the map. Then it diverges from the flume, where the wood companies work and cut lumber. And you can see in this little journey, as you look to the left and right of the main road, you can see areas that have been cleared and are nothing but cut trees, and logs have been piled up, waiting to be cut smaller and put into the flume. You see that as you travel up here. And as you continue your journey, And this is about 2 hours now. So it's about 1 a.m., an hour afternoon. By the time you get to this one spot, you can see to the right, going to the east, you see what looks like a little game path. And it kind of pulls off of the road. It's a little side game path where it kind of joins together with the road, but it's very, very hard to spot, not hidden or anything. But it looks like it hasn't been traveled for a long time. You recognize this. Along this path, you've led patrols along here before and through this game trail occasionally. It's through this game path, maybe about 100 yards in to the woods. And there's a lot of overhanging branches. You got to kind of fan them and push them off to the side. Again, it hasn't been traveled in a long, long time. But there, about 100 yards from the main road, you can see it, kind of hidden behind the trees. A lot of maples. And you can see it, what looks like this old house. It looks like it's been around a long time. This is an old house. It's in fairly good shape. You see in front of it as you draw closer. You see in front of it what looks like, not in front of it, to the left, I should say. To the side of the house, not in front of it. You see what looks like a ruined stone wall where there might have been a garden within. But you see a lot of overgrown vines and stuff creeping up the walls, a lot of moss growing up at the base of the structure where the rain comes down and just, the moss is just growing. It just hasn't been maintained. But somebody's definitely living there. The door is shut, wooden door, and you draw closer. You don't see movement inside Loftur, nor any of you, and you come to the front entrance. All right, you see it. It's a wooden and stone structure. From the base up, it's stone, natural stone. But the top of it, like it has a second floor, or an attic at least, is wooden. You can see it. And you've approached this main entrance. It's about 40, 50 feet wide, this front area. You see a couple windows to the left. And, one window, sorry. One window to your left, maybe 10 feet from the doorway. Seems to be closed. It's shuttered. You can't see in. You're standing in front of this wooden door. What do you do, Loftur?
Thinking here.
You recognize this is the residence of Clarencia. You've never been here before, but you've led patrols this area and you've seen the house a few times. And from what you understand, she's a very elderly, elven woman. Lives alone, as far as you can recall. And she's easy to forget because she's long since, so it's said, retired from her profession of being a sage, someone who gathers resources of information and shares them for coin for those of interest. Very obscure topics. But what has got your attention focused on her, as well as Rin, because you had a discussion with her about this, was her age. If anyone would have possibly even been around at the time of Belcora, it would be her. Maybe, just maybe, she has some information that might be useful regarding Belcora and the gauntlight. So you're taking a shot at this, bringing the companions with you and see what's going on. Maybe she knows something. You reach out to rap on the door. Correct?
Actually.
Okay.
Can you hear me okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Actually, I was going to call out and say, Ms. Ferendel, Loftur Chauvet Ghost, I list my captain, whatever my title of the Otari Guard.
All right, you're not up there too far in rank, but you
Yeah.
You command some authority amongst the
Yeah.
new
I just
recruits.
kind of I give my title,
Okay.
exactly who I am, and my companions and I,
Sergeant to the guard. How's that?
Sergeant to the guard. There we go. Thank you. My companions and I seek your audience, and so yeah, I'm calling out rather than knocking.
Silence. 10 seconds go by.
Balfour's looking to the
10 seconds go by. And suddenly the door that's right in front of you, Loftur, you hear it unlatch. And it slowly begins to creak open. You can hear it. And there before you, about 4 foot tall, an elf, you see in front of you this very elderly face, wrinkles on the cheeks, but yet somehow elegant. You can see the cheekbones. You can see this nose that's straight, but old. White hair, silver hair, actually. Silver hair kind of covers the sides of her faces, and one part of the hair comes down over her eye, so you only see the one eye. And she's got these old robes on that look like at one time might have been white if they were clean. Golden fringe around the hood that covers her partially on the head. And you see underneath this cloak that she's wearing, you see what looks like blue, a blue shirt, a blouse, very light blue, and brown colored trousers. And she's stooped over, only about 4 foot high. And you can see her face come out of the darkness behind her. And she looks up at you in response to your calls.
How can I help you? What do you want?
What do you do?
We have a few questions for you, if you don't mind.
I'm no longer in business, my dear. Who might you be again?
My name is Loftur Shovig. I'm
Does,
here from Otari.
does not ring a bell, but I have to go.
And she begins to close the door on you.
Perhaps you have
I'll come.
information on Belcora.
Bold Valifor steps forward.
But you say Belcora, do you? Oh, I cannot speak of such evil.
And she once again begins to push the door closed. Do you prevent her from doing this, Loftur? You're standing right there. In 6 seconds.
Yeah.
Balfour puts a foot in the door.
All right, Valifor steps forward.
Boss, please, we need your help.
We've traveled
we
all this
mean-
way.
Yep. We mean no harm.
Uh,
We're not evil.
Really, this old place could use some work. If you help us, I'm a dwarf and we know stone, lassie.
I don't know. I'm not feeling well, but what do you need to know? What do you need to know about this evil woman?
We need to know what you know about her.
Everything.
How does one defeat her?
You speak of defeat. Is she alive? Oh,
and she kind of shudders and steps back away from the door. And she turns. The door is still open. I imagine you have your hand, Loftur, on the door. Otherwise, it would naturally close on its own.
Well, I think Valifor did it, right?
All right, Valifor.
Yeah, I'm holding the door.
Yeah.
All right. And as you kind of push the door in a little bit, Valifor, you can see as light begins to enter the room, this chamber. About 20 feet in front of you is a wall, the opposite wall. But next to it the room continues. So it's a big kind of L-shaped area, and you're in the corner of the L. Okay. And she begins to step into this room, and there's this big chair there on this carpeted floor. She's about 15 feet away from you, and she kind of works her way around and slowly turns. She grabs the arm of the chair and makes her way into it, and she sits down. And the window here is shuttered. There's 2 windows on your right, and there's one next to you at the entrance. So there's 3 windows that would put light into this chamber, but there is no. They're all closed up, shuttered. But there is a candle, a small candle, next to where she's seated on this little small table. And she sits herself down. She's quiet and silent, almost contemplating the words that you mentioned to her, Belcora. And you see her sit down. Valifor, what do you do?
Perhaps you could tell us a story of days long past, of exactly what happened in Otari with Belcora. Because we have reason to believe that Belcora has come back from the dead, possibly. We're not quite
Come
sure
back from the dead.
what form.
You speak evil. You speak evil. Come, sit down.
And she says this, and you look to your left and right and see no chairs. But she invites you all in. And as you step through the portal, I assume you do, she's about 5 or 6 feet in front of you now. You've kind of gathered in a semicircle around her. This little chamber where she's seated, if you can imagine like a 20-foot square area, this would be the toe of that L I described. And to your left, the room continues forward to the north. All right, so it's a bigger chamber, but you're in this one little area here, and she's seated at this one part of this wall in front of you. She's 5 feet or 6 feet in front of you. Got a little candle lit there. The windows are shuttered. There's this beautiful red carpet on the floor here. There's a bookcase not far from her left that you face. It's got some old books and scrolls encased within glass doors. But otherwise, there's not much in this part of the chamber. And she says,
What do you want to know about Belcora? She passed away many years ago, hundreds of years ago. She was evil.
And she goes into this little diatribe of describing those days. And she remembers, you get this from the conversation, she remembers Belcora's presence. And there was no Otari at the time. She lived here during that time, and she was never bothered by Belcora. She remained hidden away all those years. And as the years passed, Belcora was defeated. Otari came into being. Otari fell into ruin at one point and was taken over by kobolds and was raised again. And if she recalls correctly, it was the great-great-great-grandmother of the current mayor who refounded Otari. And the kobolds were chased out, and everything is as it is currently. And this was, as you know, it was about 500 years ago. You all know this. And then she asks you,
How do you know she still lives?
Well, lass, we've been going into the gauntlight, and, there are very dark tidings in that place. We are relatively certain that she is indeed alive.
We've seen the gauntlight activate as well. I'm not sure,
Yep.
being all the way out here, if you've heard about what's happened over by the graveyard.
The creatures in the gauntlet have also mentioned Belcora's name as the Ghost Queen.
Ghost Queen I know nothing of.
Do you know how the Rose Guard defeated her, lass?
Oh no, nobody knows how that task was done. But you mentioned you mentioned the gauntlight glowed?
Yes.
You say,
Yes, we've all seen it.
oh no, that is the power of Belcora. She uses it to emanate the power. Whatever that light hits comes alive. You must act fast and do something. If that is the case, she must be gathering power. I do not know what. This is ill tidings you bring me. I told you I am not well, and you bring this to my doorstep. I cannot pay part of this. You must be
If you-
gone.
Arthurian will walk up and gently take the frail old elf's hand, sort of in a nurturing tone. I know, lass, I know this is difficult. I did not intend to bring further ill upon you. We just have to save the lives of the people in town are at risk.
Make a diplomacy check. This is to make an impression.
Blind?
Blind.
Big fat +0 on that. I'm gonna bomb it.
No, you must go. You must go. You bring danger to us all.
What ails you? You mentioned this ailment.
It is none of your concern. I am fine.
But you know she probably not. She looks very pale as you look at her. But maybe that's the nature of her heritage, who's to say. But from what you know, she doesn't look like the best of health.
Can I kind of... I wonder if I... Ooh, I didn't mean to click that. I thought it was going to show me some information and not roll it.
Medicine?
Yeah, I wanted to see if I could kind of like recall knowledge, just take a look at her symptoms from an outside view without obviously really inspecting her, because I don't think she's given me her permission. Does not sound like she wants that. Just want to see if I can
Alright,
take a guess at what's wrong.
She won't let you touch her. But based on looking at her and the way she's acting, you can make a medicine check. Go ahead and make a blind one this time. This would be medicine to recall knowledge. To just kind of eye her up, see if maybe she's afflicted by something you've come across before. You can't tell what, but you're almost certain she's got some kind of ailment, something isn't right. You're not sure what it is, however. But something definitely plagues her. Physical.
Elias is gonna speak up and says, I know you're not being truthful with us. I can tell something's wrong, and I know we've just come out of nowhere and intruded on your home and bring up these bad thoughts, but we are here to help. We can help you, we can try, and more importantly, we're here to help Otari.
Yes.
Go ahead and make a diplomacy check. Make an impression.
You. Maybe you are right. What else can I do to help you? If you leave me be, I could tell you.
What was the name that I gave you? Barley Tell remembers that name. He's the one that heard it and has been researching it. But we'll leave that go for the moment. She remembers the assistant. The assistant was actually a drow. And he was Belcora's closest ally. Compatriot. And it's uncertain as to whether he, this drow, actually perished in the battle with the Rose Guard. She can reveal that. And he was a sinister one. Vile.
Many adventurer, including the Rose Guard, sought him out to take his head after Belcor's defeat. But he was never found.
If he was the vile one, do you mean to say that Belcora wasn't as evil as everybody said?
Oh, Belcora was evil. And
You think this drow would have the
Even more so.
ability to bring her back? Was he very faithful?
yes, he was very faithful and feared.
Is it possible that he's still alive
And
to this day?
And that could be quite possible, because like she said, it's never been verified that he was slain. But again, remember, it was a long time ago, but he's a drow. So, make of that what you will. And he was Belcora's very loyal assistant. And some might say, and this is directly from the lips of Clarencia, some say he was her lover. But who could be sure of that? She can reveal that. Now that's pretty much new information, I believe, for you guys.
Thornton's gonna look to Elias. You don't think the lover wants her back after all these years and then is raising her?
Oh, such dark magic, it is always possible. It can't be. And she shakes her head and looks to the floor. This cannot be, this evil you bring.
Well, if the gauntlight raises things, maybe he located her body and brought it back with the gauntlight.
Dane's eyes flash wide open. The gauntlight, the blue beam was just a test.
Well, we don't know its full powers and capabilities.
It's possible she's using it to take over the town again, or Bullock maybe using its powers to raise the dead and take over Otari again.
Yeah. So just in case, I'm going to sense motive on what this woman's saying, just because we did just meet her, and granted, I do trust Rin, but you can never be too careful.
Okay? As far as you can tell, she's telling the truth. You trust her words. No indication of lies or deceit.
Right, then I trust her words.
And at this point, she begins to cough uncontrollably. Start hacking up phlegm. She leans over the chair and you see this gunk come out of her mouth onto the floor. Not a lot of it, but, enough to be, unsettling.
Enough! Come back tomorrow. Come back tomorrow night, and I shall look through my books and my scrolls and see if I could find something that would be of help to you all. But I must rest now. I grow tired.
Alright, so this is going to be really gross. But when she turns and walks away, Elias is going to grab what just fell out of her mouth.
Oh my god.
All right,
He has a mug. He's going to scoop it up.
all right, you can
Gonna
do
bring
that.
this to the lab.
Arthurians just rose both brows and half his beard shot up 4 inches. What the f... What are you doing?
Elias is shh, 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 shh. This might help me figure out what's wrong with her, and I can't stand to look at somebody who clearly needs help but refuses it.
And
It's probably why I stick around Dane so much.
And you think you can determine all that by Granny Loogie?
Don't underestimate the power of gods and research. To the library.
I need another ale. Come on, Valafort. I need another ale.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah.
Come on,
I mean,
there,
that's
fellow
even
who ref-
disturbing to
Let's
bow
go.
for.
Oh, you guys are too much. All right, you can do that. She doesn't leave her chair, but you can scoop that up as much as you can. She doesn't say anything. You-
Oh, okay, so she sees me. I was gonna wait until she looks away.
yeah, she didn't leave her chair.
Oh. Yeah, he just grabs
She
it.
may not have noticed.
She's just staring at the floor, so it's like right in eyesight as this mug comes into view and scoops up.
It looks like I'm cleaning it, you know? Oh, just
Exactly.
cleaning up your porch, yeah. Or wherever.
The carpet.
Yeah.
All right. What do you do now? You've got your phlegm.
Well, it sounds like she's going to help us tomorrow, so do we want to go back to town or do we want to camp out?
Are there any bounties for anything in the area there, Loftur? Maybe do a little side work while we're waiting on the old lass to sober up and limber up.
Question, GM. Is there any little outposts nearby?
Just the logging areas. There's no little enclaves. They usually, the workers in the logging companies here, they go up here and from Otari. They don't actually camp or live up in here. So there's no like encampments or little stuff like that. At least not locally, because you're only a couple hours outside of Otari. You're not that far out. But where you're-
Balfour does remember that there was some bounties for bugbear ears.
Oh
in
yes,
town.
Loftur would know this as well, and it's on the board. One of the jobs available to anybody who wishes. A pair of ears is, I think it was worth 20 gold pieces, 10 gold pieces an ear.
Does
for-
Loftur say this, or do you guys share this information?
Sure, I could bring it up, but just kind of nonchalantly, like,
Owlbear ears.
yeah.
Elias just perks up. He puts the phlegm away. What?
All right. Well, and then
I could
once
I could use some gold. Rent's due soon, I'm sure.
This is
Aye,
big
I
money.
haven't been hunting in a while.
Hey, everybody cheered up at that idea.
Yeah. So Loftur then
Money?
he'll-
Is that what this
We
game
are
is?
very
reiterate
Money?
poor.
the whole. He'll reiterate basically what's on the board, because one of his guys probably helped write it up. So.
Okay, as you step out and shut the door behind you and make your way about 20 feet down the footpath in front of the entrance, before you is the rest of the path that leads to the road. There's forest everywhere. You contemplate your next move. And this is where you would mention, oh, by the way, there is a bounty on owlbear ears. Careful, dangerous creatures. And of course, you know this, Loftur. There has been a rise in attacks by owlbears, both on loggers and travelers, in this particular region of Otari, this particular part of the forest, the northern side of Otari. And this is something that early on Elias also learned about on the wall. There was a prominently written wanted or reward for a pair of owlbear ears to the north. You've known this. You all would know this.
Right.
And Loftur, of course, knows this for sure because he's responsible for collecting those ears from hunters and issuing out a reward. When you contemplate this, you think that this is dangerous work. Owlbears are nothing to take lightly. You all know this from what you've heard. So there's always that option to keep your eyes peeled for those creatures.
Yes, and in addition to that, we've also had some residents who've been reported missing of late. So keep your eyes out for.
Shall
any
we do a bit of
suspicions.
hunting there, Loftur?
Not for the people, of course, but if you find some owlbear,
I do think with two more fighters by my side and a champion to our rear, I think this is about the best time to go look for one.
Well, let's be about it then there, big armor-plated lad man you. Let's go find us some owlbears.
Elias
Sounds like
takes out his sword. Yes.
Which sword did you draw, Elias?
The short sword this time.
Arthurian's looking at the short sword, looking to you, looking. What's that?
Are
What did
we
he say?
pulling swords here? What are we doing?
This was a gift.
Arthurian pulls this big bastard sword off his back. Now this, laddie, is a real sword.
No, this is a sword. And he pulls out his big double-handed greatsword.
Show off.
Sure, you might take me down, but can you hit me with it?
Not in the presence
You
of the
can't-
guard. I did that once and got arrested. I don't really
Hey,
like
now,
being
hey,
You
now.
close
can't
again.
kill what you can't catch. But let's focus on the real
Yes.
hunt. We can compare swords later.
All right, it's about mid-afternoon now. What are you planning to do? If you want to do a little hunting trip, that's an option. You could also head back to Otari and wait for the dawn, or get into some more trouble. That's an option. You could wait it out
Oh.
here and just camp out alongside the road. It's only a few hours away, Otari, but that's also an option. Or whatever else your imaginations can come up with. What's your
How about we spend the rest of the day hunting owlbears?
Yeah.
Huh?
Where's the nearest cave? Let's go look inside.
And then we can come back up here, make camp, and then go talk to her the next day.
All right, mind you, it's 3 hours before dark.
If owlbears are nocturnal, then heck, get them while they're sleeping. I'm not above that.
Does everybody got torches? I don't need torches. I'm a dwarf. We see in the dark.
Rub it in. I'll need a
Thank ya.
torch.
All right, you've gathered yourselves together at the road that connects to this game trail. If you'd like, you could easily go off the main road here, the Granary Road, and make a little camp off into the woods area. There's plenty of safe spots to kind of build a safe fire and be out of sight, kind of. You could do that, and while you do that, that'll take an hour to set up a little camp. And if you want to start moving around the woods, going a little bit here to the west, maybe over here to the right, maybe listen and make some checks to see if you can pick up trails or pick up noises of these creatures. Maybe a feather stuck to a tree branch. Who knows? You could do that. And you'll have about 2 hours of daylight remaining after setting a camp, if you want to do that, to do just that, to wander about. If you'd like to do that, we could make some checks.
Sounds good to me.
Yep, sounds good.
All right. So who all is going to be making the camp, and who all is going to be walking off to the side? You don't all have to make camp. At least one person has to do this, and that'll be an hour. So who wants to make the camp? Easier,
I feel
but
like
not
all
quite.
eyes turn to the dwarf as soon as the mention of camp is sounded.
Arthurian's going to make camp?
Who here would be best at tracking animals? Anybody have any experience?
I was a caravan guard. We often had to rough it on the road.
I've got some experience.
How about you, Velafor?
I might be able to find a cave. Did you say?
I am untrained in nature. I'm all about
you
that.
have very little experience.
And very,
Very
trained in
little.
survival.
I'm just here to hit things.
What did you say about caves earlier? Is that where best place that you can find these creatures?
If I was a big animal trying to live in these woods, I've been there before. I have had a tent. But I'd probably go to a cave.
All right.
More protection from the.
Whoever's making the camp,
Weather.
go ahead and roll survival or nature. If it's better. But you're going to roll survival ideally to make a nice camp, to find a location, a spot relatively close to the road, but hidden and out of sight, and also put together a fire that would be easy to hide. In other words, it got a tall wall of stone on the side facing the road. So it'd be kind of hidden if you wanted it to be. They wouldn't see an open flame. And all that goodness. So whoever wants to do that, go ahead and make a survival or nature check. And that'll be Arthurian.
I'm trained in survival.
Arthurian made the roll, so he's
Okay.
good. While he's doing that, the rest of you, you got 3 hours. You could stay together or break up into little groups and start wandering around. Maybe travel an hour this way and an hour that way. However you want to do it, tell me the direction, how long you want to travel in that direction, and I'll ask for some checks and I'll describe what happens.
Do you prefer?
Well, we need to stay together. I don't think we should split up. That's what you're implying.
That is what I was implying.
No, definitely don't split up against owl bears.
All right.
I'm not very familiar with these woods, so I think going off alone is a bad idea for myself. So whoever'd like to team up, I can be a team player.
All
Do you
right.
prefer?
I think we should just all go in one direction.
Do you want blind rolls or public? Sorry.
These will all be blind.
Okay.
Ooh, your token disappears under the canopy. I just noticed it does that, doesn't it? You're hidden away.
That's cool.
That's what you meant by under the tree. I get it. Okay. Arthurian, you're back at the camp. First of all, whereabouts do you want the camp to be, Arthurian? And I'll show you where
Camp
it
to
is.
be right here.
Okay, we'll take that. That's a good little spot. Now keep in mind, this is an area that looks like this and it's off the map. We're going to use this to represent that. All right, you're a little further away than this map is showing. Now, the rest of you, as a group, while he does that for an hour, if you want to spend that hour while he does that moving around, I'm going to move Loftur's token to show where you want to go. Do you want to go north? Do you want to go east? Which direction do you want to head? Or even south, where the dwarf is. You can go in that direction too.
Maybe northwest, a little away from.
How about that?
Yeah, that's good.
All right, that direction. Nice straight line, zigzag or whatever. So you as a group. Now I need marching order for the 3 of you. And then I'm going to ask Arthurian if he wants to join the party after an hour. You'll have to play catch up unless they wait. So what's the marching order with Loftur, Elias, and Valifor?
Valifor is going to take up to the right side of Loftur.
All right, side by side.
Mhm.
Yeah, we'll do triangle formation. Elias will be in the back, watching the rear.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right, now Elias, or not Elias, Arthurian. It takes you an hour to do this. You got a nice little spot. It's kind of hidden as far as you're concerned. You did a good job. You're proud of yourself. After about an hour of this or thereabouts, your friends have wandered off to the northwest and the opposite side of the road. What do you do at this point? Do you want to try and catch up with them?
Yeah, Arthurian will as quietly as he can try to follow along behind them. Try
All right.
to catch up to him.
Okay. You go ahead and make a survival check to see if you can spot him or track him, rather. And while he does that, I'm doing this blind. I do this in reverse order here. Sorry, but I should ask Loftur, Elias, and Valifor, are you being stealthy? Are you being quiet? What does that sound like? You're not supposed to know he's following you, but yeah. What's the
Well, I
stealth
picture us
like here?
hunting, so we're kind of being quiet and watchful,
Okay,
not necessarily making a lot of noise.
so avoid notice. And essentially, you're using your stealth. So everybody roll stealth. Everybody that's being stealthy. This will be blind. All right, so I'll keep that in mind as you move around
quietly, listening. You can't hear them, Arthurian, but you can see where the sticks have been broken. You knew what direction they were going. It's not really hard to pick up their trail. And you catch on to what you think is their trail, and you start to move up. You're not being as stealthy, I imagine, or are you?
Yeah, since I know that they're hunting, yes, I will be as stealthy as they are.
All right, this will slow your pace down to match their pace. Keep that in mind. But go ahead and make a survival or a stealth roll as well. As we navigate this. I always assume the roll's blind, because it almost always is, unless it's combat. And I can always make it public. All right. All right, this is... You made an hour of working on the camp. In the second hour, we'll call this hour 2. As soon as you start out, you swear you hear Elias. You hear his voice. What is he whistling? Is that a whistle? It can't be a whistle. You hear his voice. He's saying something. He's not far ahead. So you're definitely going in the right direction. You don't see them yet. Now the rest of you, during hour number 2, you make your way forward. There's a lot of deadfall and fallen timbers. The forest is starting to get thicker. Menacing looking. Every once in a while, you look up to the left in the limbs, and you see what looks like webs. And you kind of take pause. Elias, you in particular, remember. You were up this way before, and you remember webs. You remember spiders. It was a precarious situation. You and Dane handled it quite well, but you are aware of that. Do you pass that information on to the other two? They're right in front of you.
Of course, I've encountered spiders in these forests before. Everybody stay alert.
And you guys hear this, so you're aware of that. And Arthurian, that voice again, you can hear it. It's Elias talking about spiders. You continue forward. You don't see anything. In fact, you don't hear anything. It seems deathly quiet. Hour 3 approaches. Sunlight begins to fade. Do you continue deeper? Because right now you're an hour away from your camp. If you continue on this direction, you'll be 2 hours away from your camp, which means traveling back 2 hours in the darkness. So what do you do with that third hour? No evidence of anything yet, outside of maybe some webs and the deathly quiet of this forest. What do you do, Elias, Loftur, and Valifor?
Valifor, before we left, made sure that his greatsword is in 2 hands. So if anything was to happen, he doesn't have to pull his greatsword.
All right, you can use stealth and be ready for combat. No problem with that. Your weapon is out. You can go to your character HUD and make sure it's unsheathed and being held with 2 hands. You could set it to that in your token HUD.
Yep, I did.
Okay.
I'd also like to possibly make check out the ground and see if I can recognize any tracks or signs.
Okay, that'll be a different. That'll be a different exploration activity. You'll be tracking, and you're going to be continuously using your survival skill to track. Are you trained in survival?
I am.
All right, good. You can do that, and that'll be a separate check. Everybody else will continue to use stealth, correct?
Actually, you know what? Elias is not good at being stealthy whatsoever, so he might as well also search around.
All right, survival, tracking, correct? Pick up on tracks.
Yeah.
Or you can use search, looking for any indications of the presence of beasts or anything. I don't know. Let me think about that. No, survival. Use survival. You use survival as well. All right. How about you, Loftur? Any change?
Survival.
All right.
Raising my shield if they can't be the same thing. Whatever.
You have your shield out, but if you want
And
it
my
to be raised, you'll be using the defense exploration
defense, yeah.
activity. Do you want to use defense?
Yeah, let's do that. Mm-hmm.
All right. That'll. If a combat ever breaks out, you'll have shield raised right at the beginning. That's what a benefit it gives you.
Great.
Okay. All right. Everybody else is using survival. Go ahead and make some blind checks for this final hour to see if you pick up on anything. And Arthurian, what are you doing at this final hour? You're getting close. You can hear them up ahead, especially Elias. What are you doing?
Basically trying to get up to where I can see the group. Not necessarily, be right next to them, but I want to be able to at least get eyes on.
Okay. If you're moving at relatively the same rate, you're not going to. You're going to have to drop an exploration activity. You could also hustle. That allows you to actually run real quick. That's an exploration activity. It's called hustle. And then you can really get up there quick. Do you want to use the hustle?
Yeah, sure, why not? I'll use the hustle.
All right, screw survival
See
insertion.
this little bowling ball of a dwarf just booking it.
Rolling through the woods.
All right. This final hour. You've got this little triangle formation with Elias bringing up the ear. You're kind of fanning out a little bit, but not unreasonably. You're all within reach of each other if combat breaks out or something ambushes you. Stepping over these dead falls and fallen logs. It's starting to get dark, very dark here. You don't need a torch at the moment. Arthurian, you're bringing up the rear. You're closing in on them. You can hear them now. Your dark vision allows you to see, so you're definitely catching sight of movement ahead. Just then, Elias, you hear the rustle of brush far to the right. Not behind you, but far to the right. It sounds like something fast-moving. Not necessarily big, but something fast-moving just pushed its way through some shrubs and brush, just briefly, and made some noise. Maybe about 50 yards, over 100 feet away from you, you hear this. It's only brief, and no one else seems to hear it. You stop, you take pause, I imagine. And just then, behind you, you hear the footfalls of the dwarf as he suddenly makes his presence. Arthurian, you have arrived. You are panting. And there's your friends. So Elias joins you, or not Elias, Arthurian.
Calm your breathing. Something's over there. You're gonna scare the damn thing. Breathe through the nose. Less hair, maybe.
I am breathing through my nose, lad.
All right, so do you do anything else, Elias, at this point after hearing this noise and being greeted by Arthurian? What do you do at this point?
I do point and whisper that I've seen movement.
All right, both of you, Arthurian, since you hear this and he's talking directly to you, you can make perception checks to see in this general area, kind of like a seek if this was combat. But this is just a perception
Balfour
check.
will do it as well.
Well, nothing was said about you yet, so hold on.
Okay.
Just these two make perception checks blind in the area where Elias heard this. Arthurian, not you, Elias, but Arthurian, you definitely see motion in the brush, maybe 50 yards ahead. And then it stops. You see some limbs kind of move and shake, and then like as if something passed through. It's kind of far away, but you see it. Maybe it's your dark vision helping you. I don't know at this point. It is closing in on dark. Now what do you do?
Arthurian will whisper and point. There. What? There's something moving up there.
All right,
It's just there.
Loftur. Loftur and Valifor, you can make perception checks just like you were seeking in a combat in the direction he's pointing. You go ahead and do that. Blind perception checks. You think you see it, Loftur. You think you see that motion of the brush just as it comes to pause. It was moving. Could have been the wind. You didn't hear anything. But you definitely see, yeah, there could have been something there. I see the motion of the brush maybe 100 feet away to the right. So everyone's attention is drawn in this area at this point. You're all kind of standing there, being quiet and looking in the direction Loftur or the dwarf pointed. What do you do at this point? As you
Arthurian will gently begin to head toward the direction of where he saw the limbs moving.
Okay, do you want to use stealth?
No, not really.
Okay. Do you have a weapon out?
I do.
Okay. All right. What are the rest of you doing? You see the dwarf begin to take the lead and head off in the direction where he spotted something.
Loftur will slowly in defensive mode just kind of move up forward along with him.
Yep. As well as Val4 will be up there with him.
Okay.
Same for Elias. He'll be in the back.
Sword drawn.
All right. You make your way.
Always.
It takes a few minutes to get there. But you're at the location you swear, Arthurian, something was watching us from here. There was movement. Something ran off. If anyone would like to make survival, to look for evidence of something that was here, you can do that now.
I'll do it.
All right, tracks or broken limbs or
Same.
everybody go ahead and do that. That wants to do so. Anybody else? I have Arthurian and Valifor. Did anybody else roll?
Sorry,
I should have.
What was the roll again? Survival?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Did you get mine?
I have it.
Okay, good.
So I need Loftur. Okay. Loftur, you're looking at the ground. It's pretty soft. You don't see anything, but suddenly, Valifor, you kind of whisper under your breath, "Here, here!" And you look down, and you see what looks like it's a footprint. It looks about human-sized, barefoot, except it's got long claws or toenails, maybe extending maybe 3 inches. I almost said 3 feet. 3 inches from the toes.
If that was the case, we'd be out of here.
And it's such a footprint that it looks like the way it's pressured heavy in the front, something was moving quickly towards the northwest. So you definitely find some tracks here. And if you look ahead of it, you can see there's some broken limbs and disturbed foliage. Something was heading off in that direction. What do you do?
I want to recall knowledge and see if I recognize it. The footprint.
All right. Well, let me. Religion would be most applicable in this case. This is unnatural. This is a very unnatural looking footprint. So a blind religion check to recall knowledge. What's your lore? Gladiators?
Gladiator.
You have no clue what this is. You've never seen a track like this. It's somewhat human-like, but yet it's not. It's very unnatural looking. There's something menacing about it that you wouldn't expect to find in the middle of a woods. This is something else altogether. That's about all you can tell.
Ah, Loftur, what have you found over there?
Or was that Valifor? That was Valifor.
Oh, Valifor.
Whoops. Loftur, as you were briefly looking initially, and you were distracted by Valifor, who did actually find something, you see what he's looking at, and you as well see this print. I should ask you, if you would like to also try and identify it, you can go ahead and make a religion check to recall knowledge.
Okay. I don't think I have that. I can do it untrained, yeah.
Yes, this could be untrained. It's a recall knowledge action. Okay, you agree with Valifor as he whispers again under his breath. Never seen anything like this, but this is definitely not natural. Something off about this. All right, Elias, sorry I cut in there for Loftur, but you said what you said. What did you find? I believe you said.
Yeah, what did you find? You see the two of you looking intently at something. Anything of
Found a
importance?
fairly large footprint here. If you take a look, you can see it's human size with 3-inch long claws on it. Not sure what it's from, but definitely something not human.
Elias is taken back by the footprint. Don't think that's what we were expecting to find. And I'd also like to inspect it.
Okay, survival. Or no, recall knowledge, religion. Blind. These tracks you've possibly seen before, but you definitely... You have a gut feeling. These things belong to a creature that consumes flesh. Commonly referred to as ghouls. You're pretty sure of it.
I've never seen anything good come from footprints like these.
And if you'd
Might
like,
be from a ghoul type creature.
Undead. I've heard of them.
good old
And
Good old
nasty little
champions.
buggers, them.
Good old champions. Spoiled the mystery. Okay.
Any bounties for these ghouls, Loftur?
Not that I remember.
So 3 hours go by at this stage, if you're not going to do anything else. The tracks look like they head off to the northwest, but now that it's getting dark, it's going to be very difficult tracking. Your DCs are going to be much higher, except for the dwarf. Or if you have torches lit, but then you're giving yourself away. It's all up to you. But at this stage, you could essentially do just that, continue further following this, see if you can keep on to this trail of what seems to be a ghoulish type creature, according to Elias. Or you could head back to the camp, which is now 3 hours away. Less if you move at normal pace. Be about an hour and a half away. But, or you just head back to town before it gets any worse. Totally up to you. What would you like to do? As it
Well,
is
we
now
can't let
dusk.
undead creatures be this close to town. I think we have to kill them.
But there's 3 major problems with that, lad. Arthurian will then point to Elias, Loftur, Valafor. You can't fight if you can't see.
Balfour lights a torch, throws it to the dwarf.
Ah, I don't need that.
Amen.
Now we see.
Arthurian will chuck it back. I can see just fine in the dark, laddie.
Do you extinguish the torch?
Arthurian will let Valafor do that if he wishes.
All right, Valafor, you have a torch lit. Make a note.
Yep.
So you would be an hour and a half outside of your camp if you want to continue back to the camp. Otherwise, you can continue this little search. Only at this point, you'd be moving northwest. What would you like to do? It's about dusk, so it's about 6 p.m. You got about 12 hours of darkness ahead of you.
How about we go for a little bit longer, and if we can't find it, then we go back to camp. Pick up the trail in the morning, because she said we couldn't go back up there till tomorrow night.
No, she said tomorrow morning. Unless it was my slip. It should be tomorrow morning. Come back tomorrow morning.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Did I say otherwise? I
Yeah,
thought
I
I
think
said
you said
morning.
Evening.
I meant morning. Sorry.
That's all right. Yeah,
I agree with the dwarf.
Let's search
We could do this
Yes.
for a little bit.
while we still have some energy.
Yes.
All right, so you're going to travel a little bit more, did you say?
Yeah, Arthurian will go down the trail where he sees the broken branches and such. Using my dark vision to good effect.
Okay, so we'll put you at the head of the group. Where's my marching order? Oh, there it is. So I got Loftur, and on the right, Valafor. And behind both of them, I have Elias. And I guess in front of Valafor and Loftur is Arthurian?
Yeah.
Kind of like a diamond formation?
Sort of,
Yeah, we got it down.
kinda.
Nice. Okay. And I have him leading the group, Arthurian, with his dark vision. Now, do you have your torch and want to continue using it, Valafor?
Yeah, I'll have one hand on my sword, one hand on the torch.
Okay. All right. Any new exploration activities? I've got everybody using survival for tracking, except Loftur, who's defense.
I'll stay with defense.
Okay.
I'll stay with tracking since I'm sort of the tip of the spear here.
Balfour will go with stealth.
Okay, you could do that. Hold on, I gotta get organized here. Survival for Elias. Survival for Arthurian. Loftur is defense. And Valafor is stealth, basically.
Stealth.
Okay. Plus you have a light source. Alright, so here we are. And you're heading to the northwest now. Okay. Go ahead and make everybody using survival, go ahead and do that now. As you're surrounded by the darkness. Valafor with his torch aglow. Arthurian leading ahead of the group, using dark vision where possible. So Elias and Arthurian, make your survival checks. I have one for Elias, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mine should have went through.
After about an hour, you think you're following this trail. You can see it pretty good, both of you, and Elias agrees as you peer down and look at the soft ground. Every once in a while, you pick up a toe, you pick up a claw, you see a foot heel, and you also see the evidence of broken sticks, fresh. Something moved rapidly through here and paid no attention to concealing itself. And this goes on for the first hour. You're fairly confident you're onto something. The second hour approaches. Loftur, make a blind perception roll, please.
There you go.
Excellent. Hour 2. You continue following this trail where it seems to go on endlessly into this forest. There's a patch of nettles at one stage. You got to cross over this log carefully, and you step right into it, Arthurian. This just batch of nettles and pickers, and they dig into your flesh. You're used to it, but the others maybe not, and they get all hung up on this. And as you all get across and kind of help each other across as needed, suddenly you hear this terrible scream. Not a screech, but a scream. And it's way off in the distance, to the right, to the east, and very distant. But you definitely hear a scream. It could be humanoid. Not a screech, mind you, but a scream. And it's sharp and it pierces the air, and you all kind of are startled somewhat. Loftur, you're the first to hear this. What do you do? How do you react?
I'll look in that direction, see if I can possibly see brush moving or any sign of...
Okay, if everybody would like to go quiet and take pause while Loftur listens carefully, or if anybody else would like to really listen, you'll be making perception checks blind at this moment. If you'd like to do something else, let me know.
Valfor will stop moving and listen,
Okay.
make a perception as well.
So Arthurian.
Join the party, Elias.
It's fun.
Okay. You all hear this scream. You stop. You take pause. Shortly after that initial scream, you hear what sounds like the word in common, no. Like there was this scream, and then shortly after that, there was a little bit of a fade off, a continuation of that scream, just briefly, and it said no. In common. You think. That's for Arthurian. But nobody else. It suddenly falls into silence. And again, you pick up on that deathly silence. There's no birds, there's no crickets, there's no night birds, nothing. Except for that scream that pierced the air.
Someone said no, we've got to go. They might need help.
All right, if you want, you could all set off rapidly hustle in that direction. You can't tell how far away it is. It did sound a long way off. All right, I'll tell you what. Let's take a brief 5-minute break right here as, first of all, are you going to head off in that direction, hustling?
Arthurian will.
You're leading the group. Is everybody going to follow in this diamond pattern?
Sure, yeah.
All right, so you're going to all hustle. All right. And now we'll take a 5-minute break because I need one. And I'll be right back and we'll pick up with that, okay? So,
Sounds good.
Okay.
all right, 5 minutes, folks. We'll be right back.
Be right back.
All right, and here we are, back once again, part 2. Episode 21. Let's pick up where we left off. We've got the companions tracking off in the forest north of Otari. Late at night. Dusk has just hit, actually. It's not that late. Led by Arthurian in the lead. We got Elias, we've got Loftur, and we've got Arthurian. Moving deeper into the forest after hearing some screams, human-like screams, following some unnatural footprints of ghouls, perhaps. Can't be sure. And we're going to take us 3 hours into this pursuit, so it's about 3 hours before midnight at this stage. Okay? Let me double-check the clock and make that so. Yes, let me bump it up. 1, 2, 3 hours. So 3 hours before midnight. Somebody has a torch. I believe that's Loftur or Valifor. Let me light him up his torch. Actually, I don't know if you can see that. Let's go back here. I'm not on the right map. You're tearing off, you're hustling, you're at full tilt boogie at this point. Heading off to the northwest towards this noise, which you don't know how far away it was. Could be the echoes of many of the hills here. Another hour goes by. You hear nothing. The deadly silence surrounds you. You're crashing through the woods. You've got your torches lit, or your torch lit. And you're pursuing this. Arthurian in the lead. Your dark vision can see pretty far, but all you see is just the cluster of trees and, for your human friends, what would be darkness. But you can see beyond that, and it's just solid wall of trees. And as you do this for another hour, it's another 2 hours before midnight at this stage. You hear it again. Suddenly, you all hear this crashing noise, and this sounds big. And this is coming from behind you, Elias. You're in the back of this diamond formation as you all hustle through it. But you hear this crash. It might be maybe 30 feet behind you. You hear what sounds like a big tree collapsing to the ground. And you all stop at this sudden crash. And you look around behind you immediately, and the torch will actually see in the shadows what looks like it looks humanoid. It's standing upright, and it's big. It might be 8, 9, 10 feet tall. You see this big silhouette of a black-brown creature coming out of the shadows towards you. You're not sure what it is. It might be another shadow. Who knows what it is? A shadow creature? No. Its maw begins to open, and there, flickering in the torchlight, you see the glisten of its red tongue, and it's the shine of its yellow, whitish teeth, huge fangs, maybe 3 inches long, these canines, and its mouth just widens up, and as it does so, you hear this, and before you, in this open space, this is where loggers have worked and come through. It's not a trail, but it's an open space, and you're standing right on the outskirts of the wood's edge. It's in here that you hear this crashing noise coming from this direction where I'm pinging. And there, coming out of the forest itself, you should see, roar. And it's big. But yeah, everybody's rolling perception. All right, so you're all good. Your shield is raised, so give yourself the shield raise. I can do it for you if you don't have the macros set up. I don't know if you do or not.
It's the thing at the bottom, right?
Yeah, I gave it to you.
Yeah, there it goes.
All right, you're good. Everybody else was using survival and stealth. Ah, Velafor can use stealth. Try and hide in the shadows. Now, he's holding a torch, so it's impossible. But I will let him use his stealth for his initiative. Yes, this is the situation. Let's begin this. As out of nowhere, crashing through the brush, whether it was stalking you or you were stalking it, can't be sure, is this lone, huge bear. This thing is huge. Not like a normal bear that you're used to seeing. Is this something special, perhaps? Loftur, you're up first. You turn about, you see it coming from behind you. You see it coming at the edge of the torchlight. There before you is this large bear. What do? You have 3 actions.
I'd like to try sudden charge.
Okay, put it in the chat. Just click its symbol and put it in there for us.
All right, so that worked. Okay, so that's 2 double action. And oh, come on.
Okay. All right, he gets a 12. Oh, that's horrible. You swing to the left and the right, and you jab a few times, but you hit air. And a few limbs, too.
So yes, definitely raising shield again.
All right, Arthurian, you're up.
Sudden charge.
Go for it. 2 actions to do. Make the move. And an attack, if you so want.
My charging brother.
And this is two-handed, Fritz.
It doesn't react to you moving past to him within range.
That's a hero point, Fritz.
Okay, hero point, scratch it off. You should have no more. By the way, everybody starts with 1 hero point. You should all have 1 hero point, except
Man.
Arthurian, who has none.
None, and just got in trouble because it did not work.
All right, so you have 1 more action.
Yeah, and I'm gonna try another swing just because that dwarven stubbornness. I gotta do it, Fritz.
You do. Sorry, Ryan, I forgot how to Pathfinder.
That's
okay.
a dirty 20, Fritz.
I really did. All right, 20. That's going
I
to
kind of forgot
be-
too. Or I forgot to foundry.
Funny how that happens.
Yeah.
You hit normal damage, Arthurian. What's this weapon now?
5 in total. Bastard sword.
Ooh, the bastard.
Yep, I can do it one-handed or 2. No penalties for either.
Okay, you're doing it 2-handed, I believe.
Yeah.
5 points. 5 points of damage.
Arthurian's gonna look around real proud. Ah! Smacked him up good in there!
Mhm.
He ain't got no knees to headbutt on this one. Mr. Elias. He don't have no hips either, as far as I can reach anyways.
All right, your blade sinks deep into the tough hide of this creature. You manage to do some slashing damage on him. It howls. Ah! And with that, Elias, what do you do?
I'm not going to charge in there like everybody else,
Oh, it's good at
but
that.
it's going to run nonetheless.
No sudden charge?
No sudden charge.
Okay.
Oh, where did he go?
What, he zip off the map?
Yeah, he
Did he?
completely disappeared right as I was about to move. Oh,
I do see him.
I'm out of your sight line. I'm below
Every
the bear.
every time I try to move, it disappears.
All right, let me try.
Maybe let me just try my keys. Oh, okay, you got it. Okay, good. 30 feet. I run right up to it, and I have my sword in my hand, and I'm going to attack it with some good slashing damage. So let me see if I hit. Got my short sword. I got a 19.
Trusty short sword is a hit.
Yes.
pierces the hide.
All right, here's the damage. 7 damage.
All right, 7 damage. I'm going to record this damage. I forgot to do something for all of you except Arthurian. And you might know what that is, since this creature is concealed. It's not a big deal. But it is something I'm going to have you roll, Elias, as well as Loftur. Make a flat d20 roll for each attack you made. Just roll once. If you roll under 5, I'm going to discount your attack. Elias, you're good.
I made it.
You did a flat roll.
Just a flat d20. You need 5 or greater. Forgot about that. Okay, you're all good. So all those attacks went through. He's in the shadows and foliage, particularly the shadows. That's why that kicks in. Gotta remember that. All right, Elias, I think you have one more attack, one more action, rather.
I do have one more action, and I'm gonna give this bear a big old bear hug and tackle it to the ground. I'm gonna grapple it.
All right, this is one size larger than you.
No problem. I can handle up to 2 sizes larger than me.
Really? Really? What is that
Yeah.
coming from? Show me. Put it in the chat. What is that?
Wrestler?
Yes, it is. Titan wrestler. And I chose grapple. If I could disarm its claws, I would, but I don't think that's possible.
May have
Declaw.
sharp enough axe and anything is possible.
Alright, that's what I was waiting for.
Sorry.
Oh! Sweet.
You just make it. You just catch sight of him and
Oh.
reach out to grab hold of his toenail.
My hand just kind of goes right into its fur. It grabs. Let's see if I can actually do it.
So it'll be
Alright.
-4.
That is fine. Oh, yes! I got a nat 20!
All right, all right.
Yay! Come here, bear!
Your opponent is restrained until the end of your next turn, unless you move. or
Everybody
your
have a
opponent
swing.
Escapes. It is restrained, not grappled. Restrained. You restrained a grizzly bear. Wow. This is Pathfinder, folks. This is
So proud.
Pathfinder.
They grow up so fast.
Too bad Dane's not here. I'll rub it in his face. I did decent damage, and I grappled the heck out of it.
Dane would be like, "Did you put it in a headlock?
Well, now I will.
You haven't lived, lad, until you put a bear in a headlock."
Yeah, I'll reach into the darkness since I just barely saw it, and I grab it, and I've got it underneath my arm. Sword in one hand. Just on the edge of darkness.
All right, next we're going to go to Valifor. And that's you, Kyle.
Hang on, guys. I'm coming.
Got a torch in your
Start.
hand.
Yep, I'm going to take a move action
Okay. 25.
over to here. Oh, my.
There's the bear.
Finally.
There's the bear. Gonna free action, drop the torch.
Okay.
Take another movement action down to here. And my last action, I'm gonna change the grip to this greatsword to handed.
All right. Let me grab our flame token. Drag. You know this bear's going to break free. You know that, right, Elias? You're not going to hold on forever. It's going to drag you
I'll
along.
grab
with
it again.
So he can. He's got grappling as long as he can roll in athletics, he can grapple.
I should make you describe that. See what that looks like for little Elias going against a grizzly. What does
Don't
that
make
look
me
like?
write it.
What does that look like? I'll give you an extra hero point for a good attempt. Go for it. Come on.
I don't know. Good attempt. I'm not really good at descriptions.
You got this. Come on. Hero point dangling.
Elias almost like a wrestler jumps onto the bear, tries to tackle it, gets it off balance a little bit while it's wrestling it, and then just grabs it. The voice in his head, it sounds like Dane. Put it in a headlock.
Okay.
And Elias grabs it around its neck, and he's flexing his muscle around the bear's neck, and with his other hand with his sword trying to kind of restrain it. He's
Yeah.
also half sitting on it, because the bear's pretty big.
Okay. Give yourself a hero point for the attempt. It was okay.
Thanks.
You're welcome. All right, so Balfour.
He's done.
Oh, he's done? Okay. Oh, yeah, he's got his grip changed. We're going to go to the creature who's named Dazzling. Dazzling the bear. There he is, folks. Oh, boy, he's last in the list here. What to do? Can't attack. He's going to try and break free. Because I have to.
So the DC is 20. Because I have a 10 in athletics.
20? All right, he easily breaks free. That takes an action, but he's no longer considered restrained. Man.
You gave it a good effort, lad. I'll buy you an ale back at the tavern.
At least it wasted an action trying to escape, so.
Mm-hmm. All right, I'm not prone, so I'm just going to lash out at this Elias with a jaw attack. He's going to come down with his mouth and try and cut into you, bite into your neck. Ah! Your armor class. Pathetic attempt. And then he's going to take a swing at you with his nasty claw. That's going to be number 3 for number of attacks. Again, Elias. Let's see, I'm usually good with that. No, failed. All right, so his actions are done. We're going to round 2, and we're back to Loftur. Lots happened, Loftur. Your shield is no longer raised at this point.
I think I'm going to go to town on this guy.
Okay.
Longsword attack.
Okay, straight up longsword attack.
Ooh.
Let's see what you get. Riposte, and you hit. Not gloriously, but you did hit. You make contact once again with this hide. Roll your normal damage. 11 points. That's good.
So I pierced into its hide. Happy little shield bash after that.
Okay, go ahead.
So that'll be the second one, right? Not the first one.
What do you mean, first or
Or
second?
second attack.
Yes.
So I do the +5 instead of the +10.
Yeah.
Yes.
21 with the shield bash. That hits.
So that's 7 more on your bear.
Yeah, I know.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And let's see. I'll
Bear
go
meat
ahead.
tonight.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then I think for my third action, I will go ahead and put my shield back up.
Raise shield after a good clobbering. Arthurian the dwarf.
Alright, I'm gonna do 1 strike.
Okay. Go for it.
Be 21 for it.
21's gonna hit. You're gonna do normal damage.
5 points of damage.
5 points of damage. Boy, you guys are laying into this poor bear.
And then, just to be silly,
Hmm.
I'm gonna be that guy for it. I'm gonna be that guy for a minute.
Do it.
Oh no, Bubby. I'm gonna headbutt this bear. I don't think it's gonna get it done with an 8, Fred.
Nope.
We'll try that again. Don't think it's gonna get it done with a 7 either.
Nope. That's it. You are done. Few missed headbutts. And it's going to go to Elias.
Damn thing's too regularly alive. Damn it, why'd you have to piss it off?
Go Elias. 5, 10, 15, 20. By the way, you're in the bright light zone with this target, so there's no more of those checks. But go ahead.
Alright, I'm going to slash my sword right into its side,
Yes.
paying no mind to Arthurian's headbutting, or attempts to. I'm going to use that hero point.
You are.
And re-roll. Actually, I can right-click the message and re-roll using a hero point.
Hmm.
So I'm going to try that out.
That's useful.
Not any better. Oh, and it automatically takes it off my my stash. All right, I got a 12.
Okay, that's a miss.
All right, well, I've got 2 more tries. Not very
That's a
good
miss.
either.
One more? Try to wrestle it. Try and intimidate it. Speak it bear. Come on.
Hey, I'm gonna intimidate the bear.
You are. Do you have the ability to do
I'm
it without
gonna
speaking?
just use. I don't know what they speak. I think I only speak common.
All right, well, that
Oh,
ain't
and
gonna work.
Orcish. Does it speak Orc?
You could try.
But I'm just gonna make loud grizzly bear sounds, like roar.
All right, that's a -4, I think. -2 or -4, but go ahead and roll it. We'll just mentally subtract.
Okay. Should it be blind
Yes.
or public? Okay.
Blind.
I have rolled.
What does this sound like?
You heard me? I'm waving my sword in the air, slashing it about. I'm not trying to scare it away, just trying to intimidate into like submission. Yeah, I'm making myself look big.
The chaos falls quiet. Everyone stops for a brief moment. Elias begins to almost imitate this bear creature, raising his hands high, his sword raised and in clawing fashion, aiming for the bear, but without hitting it. And then you hear this deep growl come from seemingly nowhere within Elias's being. Rawr! In that moment, the bear stops, pauses, tilted its head at Elias. And then chaos erupts once again. No effect. Next, we have Velafor.
I have returned.
Give yourself a hero point. Rachel. I think I've given you 2 now tonight. Wow. You're being silly. You're being silly. It works.
I'm a young man who's got his whole life ahead of him.
Oh, if you keep
He
pissing
does
that bear
funny
off of their
things.
rolls, you don't.
Welcome back, Jesse.
Yeah, give me a second here to get my computer back up.
Okay. All right. Next up is
What's-
Velafor. If you want to
What's going on?
fill him in, Kyle.
We are engaged concurrently. We follow the trail, and a huge bear has stumbled out of the ether. We've all been attacking it. Elias has successfully grappled it.
Briefly.
A bear or an owl bear?
Bear, just regular bear.
Bear. But something weird it looks about this bear. We've been told. We haven't really looked at it yet. We just kind of took our swords and went at it.
We had like 2 sudden charges back to back. We were getting real technical there.
Like a bunch of kids in a candy shop, like, ooh, let's at it.
Here's my animal. All right, so we're attacking, right?
Yep.
All righty. Power attack time.
I was exactly thinking the exact same thing.
All right, here it comes. Oh, I think my it's
I
locked
got
up.
access. I can go ahead and roll for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Did you lock up already? You just trying to get... Wow.
Yep.
That's
okay.
26, Fritz.
26 is a normal hit.
Yeah.
That's a normal hit.
Really? Wow.
Oh, that's
26
beautiful.
points of damage.
26 and 26.
Yeah, whatever. Go ahead and go ahead and describe how you skin this creature alive while it's still standing before it collapses to the ground dead.
Well, Valfor puts every bit of his strength from lifting the rocks in town into a killer strike behind his blow and just hits it right in the top of the skull and just takes its skull cap off and his brain comes flying out like a hockey puck. It's dead.
Gee. Like a hockey puck, even. Give yourself a hero point for that finishing blow. Yeah.
Welcome to combat. Oh, you beat it!
All right.
Job well done.
Yep.
Wow. That was impressive. Yeah, you guys made mincemeat of that. Everybody gets a hero point that hasn't gotten one all right during this combat. So, Thurin, you get one. Loftur, you get a hero point. All right. Silence once again comes to the party as this bear is felled and collapses in front of you. This big bear, 9-10 feet tall, covered in wounds, blood dripping. Finished off quite efficiently, thanks to the warriors and the companions. The torch lies behind you, Elias, 10 feet away. It sits there on the ground, flickering, continuing to show light. You don't see anything else around you. No more bears coming out of the woods. That's about it. And what would you like to do at this point? I don't think anybody got hit.
Is this what was rustling in the weeds? What about the scream and stuff? I kind of missed a lot.
We have not detected the source of the scream, but Elias is going to pick the torch up, and he'll let everybody know. I'll hold on to this.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Arthurian's gonna pull out a clan dagger and start skinning some of the bear.
Okay.
I think Loftur will he'll sheath his weapon, put his shield back, and then actually bow down next to the bear. Everyone else can do what it's doing, but he'll just kind of like put his hand on it and almost like giving it its last rites, that kind of thing, just kind of out of respect for it.
Before Arthurian starts peeling it.
I'll get a old bear steaks tonight, lads.
Okay. Good one. Good one, Ryan. All right. And with that, Arthurian, you could begin making steaks. That'll take some time. This is going to take, what would you say, Arthurian? I'll let you be the judge. How long do you think it's going to take you?
Well, it just depends on what I'm basically trying to do is just get enough meat off of it to basically feed us for the night.
That's good. All right. That won't take as long.
Probably
then.
wouldn't take that long to split a leg open and take a ham off.
Okay. All right. So we'll say about an hour. Okay. So an hour goes by. Last rites are given to this poor soul of the spirit of the forest. Arthurian cuts, peels, wraps, puts away fresh meat. While the rest of you stand guard, talk amongst yourselves, clean your blades. Another hour goes by. What would you like to do at this stage?
I'd actually like to look at the bear, like investigate it.
Okay.
Make sure that everything looks normal. Especially if I'm going to be eating it.
Medicine check.
It's not like
Or
dead
you,
or anything.
yeah, are you using a medicine? Or are you going to use a recall knowledge type of, is this, what is this? That would be a nature check, actually.
Yeah, I'll go with a nature check, like what is this?
All right, that's recall knowledge.
Just to make sure that it's just a bear.
All right. You've heard and you've actually seen some bears in the wild, but this bear you've never seen before. For one thing, it's huge, very muscular, or was. And you almost feel like it was some kind of magic produced this being, this creature. It's not natural. Everything just seems big and menacing from that of a normal bear. Something off-putting about it, Elias. That's about all you can figure
So
out.
is it edible?
Try and see.
Mm.
You might get hair in places you're not expecting. But sure, you can eat it.
Maybe
Let's
I'll
see what
get some on my
happens.
chin.
All right, it's
Maybe
now,
I'll grow a beard as good as Arthurian and Loftur's.
it's now
Us
1 hour.
baby faces.
It's now 1 hour before midnight. And the bells begin to chime in the distance in Otari. 1 hour from now. So 7 hours before daylight. You're going to have to hit the sack pretty soon and get that going. What would you like to do? You can head back to Otari. You could go back to your camp.
How far away is the camp? It's a couple hours, isn't it?
Yeah.
Maybe we should just make another camp here.
Yeah, that might be best. We can pick up the other one on the way back.
Yep.
Yeah.
All these camps, where are they coming from?
I'm sure there's old camps scattered around. It's a forest. There's loggers. They probably got lost.
All right, you got a nice little open space here. You could make it right here if you want, either in the open space or in the edge of the forest. Which would you prefer? Just in case there's an ambush, I need to know. Open space or within the forest? No check needed.
Probably on the edge of the forest to be more
Okay.
strategic.
All right, this will be
Yeah,
another.
most
we're going to
cover.
want to cook that meat, too. So we're going to need a fire.
All right, another hour will go by. It's midnight. You hear the bells ringing far to the south in the distance, symbolizing night and its birth. And yeah, and you make a camp, no problem. You've got the fire shielded. You can break out some of that fresh bear meat, and then get some sleep. And with that, we can jump ahead to daybreak. Now, you're going to need at least 8 hours, and people are going to be watching. So, Rachel, I'm going to leave this to you. Look up that beautiful little chart that compares the number of heroes with how much time goes by when you're camping. You look that up for me, because you did it last time.
How many are there of us?
4.
Right, I think that's 12, but I can double check.
12 hours?
Yeah, because for a team of 5, everybody has to get 8 hours of sleep. That's 10 hours.
All right, so you're all going to wake up and be rested at 2 in the afternoon. If you're good with that, we'll do that.
I'm good.
Oh,
with
oh,
everybody
nope.
else.
I'm wrong. That's for a party of 3. For a party of 4, it is 10 hours and 40 minutes. In the duration of each watch is 2 hours and 40 minutes.
About halfway through the night, about 4 hours into it. And for who's on watch for this one, I'm just going to take your marching order. I'm going to say Loftur.
Yeah, that's fine.
You hear in the distance howling. Wolves, most likely. No check needed. You've heard it before. The rest of the evening passes. Daybreak hits. Your companions get their rest. And by about 8 a.m. in the morning, you've all gathered yourself around a fire that now has burned itself out. You go through the precautions of making sure it's damp and out. If you want to hide evidence that you were here, that will be an extra amount of time. That's up to you. But you've got that
I don't think
done.
it's needed.
What's that?
I don't think we need to do that.
Okay. So it's about 8 a.m. in the morning. You're all rested. I don't think we have spellcasters here. Elias, do you have to do anything for preparations daily?
Nope.
Okay, you get your focus points back, of course, and we're all good. You're all rested. If there's any natural healing needed, we can do that. It's your level times your constitution modifier. Add that result. It was a good, peaceful sleep. You all have bedrolls, I assume, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
I brought my tent with me.
Tent?
So did I.
In the setup, Elias is gonna set up his tent and be like, "All right, good night, guy."
All right, you're all good then.
Crawl inside.
You're all good. It's now 8 a.m. in the morning. You're not far away from the house. Maybe an hour. You could get back on that trail and be back at that house. A few hours, you could be back in Otari. Or you could continue the hunt. Let's make money. To hell with this gauntlight nonsense.
No, we're supposed to go see the old lady.
It's up to you.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, see the old lady.
The old lady.
Yeah,
That'll be
definitely.
about another hour.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay. Back in your normal marching order. Diamond formation, Elias calls out. And off you go, heading to the east. You get yourself back on the main granary road, following the path you once took before, and you see that little game trail once again leading off to the house. Something is off. Something is different as you approach closer and closer to the house. And as you're about 20 feet away from the door, you immediately see the door is no longer there. It's gone.
Oh no.
Is there a sign of a struggle?
You're about 20 feet away from the doorway. I brought you to the map. You should be able to see exactly what this house looks like. You could see in the distance through the portals that are open. You're about 20 feet away. What do you do? Something's wrong.
Let's get closer. Let's find out what's going on.
Yep. Move up.
Okay. I got you in the wrong formation here. All right, Arthurian, you're leading the way. You get up to the portal, I believe. And
Yes.
Elias, you move up to the front as well, because that's where I put you. Sorry. Palafor is where Elias should be. But, yeah, this is what you see. And, Arthurian, as you come to the door, you can see the broken hinges. The door lies on its surface on the floor inside the building. You see what looks like claw marks all over the front of the door. It's dark. There's death inside. Do you step through the portal?
Yeah, Arthurian will draw his blade, seeing the broken hinges, and he will slowly, timidly step inside.
Arthurian, you step through the portal. The door lies before you on its side. You see scratches and claw marks. It has been broken into. Immediately, you see in front of you, with your dark vision and the natural daylight, you can see everything is torn, ripped asunder. You don't see anyone in sight. Most of all, Clarencia. She's nowhere to be found. Her chair is broken and on its side. Half of its legs broken in on themselves, and it's laying on its side. The rug itself, you could see tear marks like something with claws was walking across. Everything is overturned. Plates, glasses, bookshelves turned over. Something ran roughshod in here. What do you do?
I will begin to move through the house to like a search almost.
Okay, I'm
To
gonna unpause. You move where you want. You guys can follow in behind him.
I'm basically searching for any signs of what did this.
Okay, the door. Hold on, Valafor. Don't move any further than that. Right. The door. There's a door right in front of you to the north. You see that little door? It's open.
Yes, sir.
You hear something in there. Something's crashing around. It's loud. What do you do?
Balfour says in a firm voice, "Who goes there?"
As he says that, Arthurian's gonna burst through the door.
Okay, you're entering the portal. Let me
I'm
bring
entering the
Elias in.
chamber.
Elias, were you staying outside? Or I'm going to move you in.
No, he can move in.
Okay, right there. Right at that point, you hear a squeal. And there, inside the room, you see not one, not two, three giant boar. Yes, you see two giant boar and one very small one. I'm going to show you where they are at. Right there, and another one over here. And they're just smashing through the contents of this room. The one wild pig is over furthest away, the bigger one, and it's just, its head is underneath what looks like some type of bedding, and it's just rooting it and lifting it up in the air, and it just overturns on itself. But just then as you enter, proclaiming yourself in existence, they pause and they look towards you without stopping their motions. And with that, we're going to have to roll initiative. Everybody. As there's a gasp of horror coming from Arthurian. So everybody's going to use perception for this. So you've just walked into a room full of boars. Seemingly. You've seen them before. Wild creatures that exist and dwell here in the forest surrounding Otari. Not unusual. Not unusual. But they have invaded this room. Now, of course, Arthurian, as you look at these wild pigs, these boar, you highly doubt they broke into this chamber. That door on the outside, the entryway, the claw marks were higher up. But regardless, they are here, and they are in, and they are laying claim. This littler one lets out a squeal, and it charges forward at you, Arthurian, as you stand there in the doorway. Look out, my friends! It's going to make an attack on you as it charges forward. Again, this is a smaller one, probably a young boar. That's what it looks like. And it attacks with its tusks. Now, you don't have your shield, right? So you're just straight up armor class, and it is going to hit. Normal damage. You're being attacked by a young boar. It charged you
I
as you
heard
stood
you.
there in the doorway. 9
These
points.
things are nasty.
9 points of piercing damage. It's going to do so again.
Okay.
As it starts to dance around, it's going to get a... I think that's a miss. What's your armor class? Not 20?
20.
Nope, it missed. It's going to try and attack one more time with its tusks, and they are nasty. This little wild boar is just laying down the smack. No, it is not. And we're going to go to the next individual, which is Arthurian. How do you reply?
Two-handed bastard sword. Gonna give it a go.
Okay, make your attack.
27 on the first strike there, Mr. Fritzman.
That's going to be a critical hit as you lay into this beast. Critical damage.
14 points of damage.
14 points of slashing damage.
And I'm going to be that guy again. I'm going to try to headbutt it.
Okay.
15.
15 is going to be a miss.
Just not your night.
It's just not
No
my night.
headbutts.
I will keep trying until I get one.
Okay,
We'll just give it another go then.
You'll get there.
But I can hero point this one. And I will.
okay. Ferocious little beast.
12. Not going to be good enough.
Nope, and we're going to move on to... Go ahead, Ryan, you're up next. Loftur.
All right. Let's see. Is that a wall right above me to the north? Like where our
Yes.
Arthurian is standing?
Mm-hmm.
Let's take 2 actions there. And then I'm going to raise my shield.
Okay.
That'll be it.
All right, next is going to be Elias.
I'll need you to raise my shield. Sorry.
Make sure I'm clicked on. Elias, you're up next. Give me a moment. I'm going to click this shield. And we're gonna move
Yeah,
to-
Elias is gonna have to move in. He can't see anything that's going on. Is this door's closed?
Mhm, the one on the right, yeah. But the room is, you could see it, it's a shambles. Something was ripping and tearing this thing to shreds. You don't see Clarencia. No evidence of her. Just something is attacking in the room ahead. That's all you know.
Right. 2 actions to get there. Elias just charges in,
Okay, out of the way.
and he's going to try to grapple the little boy.
Not again. Alright. Okay, go for it. Athletics check. What's this in the chat? Is that the grapple? Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I just put the grapple text.
Alright. First the bear, now the boar. Day at the zoo. Let's go for it.
Too bad none of us are druids.
Alright, what'd you get?
I think I blind GM'd it.
Alright, 15. You don't manage to grab a hold of it. It manages to evade you and pull itself free. You go for the legs, you go for the hams, you go for the neck. Nope, no chance.
I'm gonna hero point it.
Go for it. Why not? I gave him out. Use him while you got him. Get a nice 25.
Ooh, way better.
25 is hit. You get a hold of him. You have grappled him. It's not a restrained or immobilized or whatever it is. It's grappled. The normal one.
Alright, well that's the end of my turn.
That is... You're grabbed until the end of your next turn. Unless you move or your opponent escapes. So that's your end of your next turn, Elias. And that's it, right? Yes. Valifor, you're up next. Everyone else is rushing into this room headlong. Swords drawn. Screams. Grappling sounds. What do you do? Take it a stride.
Yeah, that's my first action.
Okay, stride.
Ooh. Now it's flanked.
Yes, it is.
And I will attack the one that's grappled with a
all right.
power attack.
All right, it's already flat-footed, so you've already got that. Power attack it. That little piggy is bacon. Go for it. You're
Oops.
terrible.
Just don't hit me.
23.
All right, it's not critical, but it is hit. Roll your damage, including power attack. 10 points of slashing damage in the poor little piglet. The mama. It squeals in pain as your blade cuts into its thick hide once again. All right, Valafor, you're done, I guess.
No, that was my second action.
All right, you got one more.
Here's another attack. I will hero point that.
Okay.
Yes.
15.
15 is a miss. Okay, so
All right, I'm dead.
okay, we're gonna go to. Let's see what we want to do. He tears off in the direction towards the young boar and stops. Won't get its charge here, so it's going to be right where you are, Valafor. No, there's no attack of opportunity here. Not the way I moved. And it will attack you. Tusk attack. Be his first attack against Valafor. It starts to rip at you with these tusks, Valafor, while your sword is off to the side. Gets a 14. I think that's a miss for you. Yes, it is.
Yep.
It's going to do it again. Another tusk attack. Okay, it fails. It's put off by the attack on its young. We're going to go to round 2. Curvy is up next. Curvy, where are you, Curvy? That's the little one, I believe. Give me a number from 1 to 6. Ryan.
Just say one right now.
1?
Oh, 3.
3?
Yep.
Okay. It's going to continue attacking you, Arthurian. Oh, and it nails you.
Art.
It nails you good. Your armor class should be, let's see what it is, 16? No,
20.
20? That is a hit. Normal damage. As the tusks rip into your flesh in a particular brutal fashion. 9 points of piercing damage cut into you. It does so again. As you wince in pain, it sees an opening and lunges at you with these tusks ripping at you. It's going to do 24 points of piercing damage into the side of your neck and face. It just bites and rips. You might have a scar after this, Arthurian.
Ouch. That's alright, the beard covers all, laddie.
We're going to leave it at that, and we're going to go to the next one, which is Arthurian. How do you reply to this, Arthurian?
I'm a headbutt the little bastard.
You are.
Any more hero points?
I do not.
No.
Wasted them all with all that excitement. Oh, I got lots of
did.
hero points now.
I did.
God.
So we'll just go back to swinging the blade at it.
Okay.
That's not much better, Fred.
Nope. It's 2 misses.
2 misses. I'll go the unarmed again. At least I have a +1 instead of a -1 on that one. Or get maimed.
It's a long shot.
No.
Nope.
Negatory. I'm bleeding too much.
Ryan, right next to you see the dwarf struggling against this smaller boar that's just ripping into him. It just got him good in the face. What do you do?
I'm gonna shield bash it.
Go for it. You nail it. It's normal damage. Does it have any special effects like push back or anything?
No. I think you might have to stack it with some additional feats later.
Okay, so you did 7 points of bludgeoning damage against it. And that hurt.
Yeah.
That hurt.
All right.
It lets out a squeal. And you come down hard on it with the boss of your shield and maybe the edge as well. Describe how you... Well, I take that back. I take that back. You thought for a second I finished it off, the nasty little creature, but no, you didn't. It still stands.
I'm gonna stab it with my sword. So my second attack was a longsword piercing.
Okay, and what'd you get?
It was a 19,
That's a hit.
10 damage.
10 points of damage. And again, it's still alive.
Still up. Okay.
Yep, and it's now wounded 2. Or
All right,
3, sorry.
I will try to shield bash one more time.
All right.
My third action. Flat roll. Oh. Nice.
16. That's a hit. Roll your damage. 6 points. That is enough to kill it and put it at wounded 4. It is actually and officially dead. So it took a lot, but you got him.
Yeah. And I just bring my shield down on its neck. Just trying to put it down. And that's the end of my turn.
All right. Next, we're going to go to Manic, which is right between, or should be, Elias and Valafor. Oh, his turn. All right. First thing he's going to do. What? Oh, he's grappled.
He's grappled.
You guys. All right. He's going to attempt to escape, try and pull himself out of the grasp of Elias, this grabby champion.
I picture this pig squealing at the top of its lungs, and Elias is just wiggling with it.
Yeah, it's comical. What is your athletics DC?
20.
As it tries to pull free. Failed. It's going to do it again. And what was the DC? 20? No, failed. Okay, so it tried 3 times to break free from your grasp, and it failed to do so. Elias, you're up next.
I'm going to take my short sword and cut it while it's being grappled.
Okay. As long as you got that one hand free.
Yes.
Guys are butchers tonight.
We're
I
hungry.
got a 14.
14 is not going to do
0
it.
point.
Alright, I'll try a second time. I'll hero point that.
That 0 point failed.
$21.
21's a hit. Normal damage. Trying to sink that short sword in it.
9 damage.
And this will be slashing or piercing.
This is piercing.
You should have stated beforehand, but we'll give it to you. Doesn't matter.
Well,
Doesn't matter in this
yeah,
case.
that's why I just went with whatever was listed.
All right. Piercing it is 9 points. All right, so you managed to come down on this. While you got it in the other hand.
And I'm going to use my last action to maintain the grapple. So if I do this right, it'll be a -8. So let me click the button. Aha, it did pop up. -8. 15 to grapple.
Failed.
Alright, so my turn is over, and I suppose it gets free?
Mm-hmm. It's no longer grabbed. So we'll get rid of that. Good try. Good try. And it's going to go to Valifor. You're up next. The beast has gotten away from his grasp. It's no longer flanked. What do you do?
All right, I will attempt to.
Oh, it is
Well, I'll
flat-footed.
power attack the one that's almost dead there. That just got free.
Okay, it is still flat-footed because you're flanking.
So that's a 15.
And what was this? A hit? Attack?
Power attack.
Power attack, you hit. Or actually, no, you don't. Not with a 15.
Oh, darn.
18?
After he
Hold
already
on.
rolled damage.
Let me hero point that. I have one left.
Okay. Here it comes, folks. Here it comes. Bacon tonight.
Ah.
28.
28 is... That is a critical hit with a power attack. And a great sword. Against the flat
36
Oh my God.
points.
Nice roll.
So how wounded would it be with 36 damage? Whew.
And that puts it at wounded 2. What should have slain the beast.
HP.
And for my second action, I will attack it again.
Okay. What'd you get? 17?
Yep.
All right, 17 is a miss, I believe. I could be wrong. Hold on. Boy, your armor class is horrible, Valifor.
I don't wear armor.
I know.
Or I don't have a shield, I mean.
Yeah, you hit. You managed to hit.
$21.
21 damage.
Yeah.
All right, that puts it at wounded. Was that critical? No. Puts it at wounded
No.
3. So it still stands. You see
All right,
why
I'll do it again.
You see why they're so brutal?
Yeah.
No matter how much
Here's my
damage
last
you
attack.
do, unless it's a critical hit, they're still going to have 1 hit point left.
17 again.
17 is a hit. And that'll put him at wounded 4 and kill him. Yeah, you got him. So there you go.
Well done.
Thank you. That's why my armor class sucks.
Mhm. You got to hit him before they hit you.
Yeah.
All right, so you destroyed that creature. Just one of these little piggies alive remaining. Boars, I should say. And Valifor, you're done. It's going to go to Talented. which is right there in front of you. It's just going to attack you with the tusk. It's going to go against Valifor, since you're wide open once again. Against that weak armor class, it sees weakness. And as you finish off the one creature, this one sees an opening while you're kind of turned away from it. You don't notice it. You're totally out of position, and it just dives right into you, doing 28 points of piercing damage on
I'm
your,
gonna
on
use
your back.
liberating step.
You are, champion. You are. What will that reduce?
I'm level 3 now, so it's just 5 damage.
All right, so that negates
That's awesome.
5 points of damage.
Correct. Yep, 2 plus my level.
All right, so 23 points of piercing damage, Valifor.
Yes, and you can move. You can step. If. Yeah, 5 feet as a free action, even if you don't need to escape.
Elias, give me a number from 1 to 6.
5.
It follows you up, Valifor, and as it gets to this spot right there, it ends its turn.
Move one more.
And yeah, that's it. Those are its 3 actions. Round 3. It's going to go to Arthurian. After being savaged by this.
Got mauled pretty good, but I'm gonna move over to here. That way this guy is flanked. And once again with 2 hands, Fritz. Mm. 17.
That hits.
Roll your damage.
7 points of damage. And then we're going to do it again. Hit him with the backswing, maybe. 17 again, Fritz.
That hits.
That hits.
5 points of damage.
Okay.
12 in totality there. Yeah, that'll be it for me.
Okay. You move in behind him. It is now flanked. And you just start cutting into it as it tries to go after Valifor. And Loftur, you're up next. Chaos all around you, all in front of you.
I lay into it with my longsword, slashing.
You do. Go for it. Slashing. Excellent. And it's flat-footed.
This is a 19.
19, that's a hit. Normal damage.
Seven points.
7 points, okay.
And I'll swing again with my sword.
Okay. Thankfully, they're not difficult to hit. You've all been pretty much on point with that.
Does that hit?
7? No.
I'll take a hero point.
Okay.
Burn it.
Did you roll? All right.
Yeah, I was trying.
15 is not going to hit.
All right. My last attack will be a shield bash.
Was 15 your attack?
Yes, it was.
All right, that'll be a miss.
Okay. I'll do my last attack as a shield bash.
Okay, go for it.
Miss.
Oh,
All right, that's me.
okay. Yeah, that was a miss. Okay, we're going to go up to Elias. Back around to you once again. After using your liberating step, you are a liberator.
I am going to
Freedom.
advance right next to Arthurian, and I'm going to cast Lay on Hands.
I don't need it.
Go ahead and take those 12 hit points.
Very nice. Very nice.
And with my final action, I will attack
Okay,
the boar.
here it is.
I got a 16.
16 is, I think that's enough. Yeah, that is. You hit normal damage.
8 damage.
Eight piercing. Okay.
Yes, piercing.
It's still standing, still doing its thing. And we're going to go to Valifor. After being ravaged by this beast, and it's following up again. What are you going to do, Mr. No Armor? I don't need armor. Just a big sword.
Power attack.
Okay, first action is a power attack. It's not penalized, but your next attack will be.
22.
22. 22 is a hit. It's not critical. Roll damage. No matter what.
15.
15 points of damage. Would take it out, but because it's a boar, it still stands. It's at wounded 2. Okay. All right, you've taken it to wounded 3. It should be dead, but it's not. What else you got up your sleeve?
All right, I'll attempt to grapple it.
You're going to try and grab it? Okay. Athletics check.
Everyone
against-
else is, so I might as well do it too.
All right.
Was that an unarmed attack?
It's an athletics check.
Oh, sorry. $23.
All right. Successful. Grabbed hold of him. It's a normal success. So it is now considered grabbed.
I'm holding him by his back legs in the air.
That'll run off in your next turn. All right. And with that, it's going to be talented. He's up next. He's going to try and escape. He has to make an athletics check. Counts as an attack against your athletics DC. What's your athletics DC? It's 10 plus your athletics skill modifier total.
21.
21 he has to beat or equal.
We should just rename ourselves as like the Grapple Gang.
Grapple gangers.
The grapplers.
The Grapple Gang. Yeah, or no, I like that. The Grapplers.
Let's see.
Because we're all really good with athletics.
Seems that way. Skills. Let's make an athletics beating a 21. Let's see if he's got it in him. No, he fails. Oh, he's going to try it again, but he's got a -4. Tries to pull himself free. No, you got such a good grasp of him. I'm going to do it again. It tries to pull itself away from you, but you got a really good grip hold on it with your one hand, which is free. You can change your grip in your case for free with your double-handed sword. That takes an action normally to change grip. But you do it, you got a hold of him, still got your sword out, and he's not going anywhere. And with that, we're going to go to round 4. Arthurian, you're up. Got a little healing flowing through the veins, Arthurian.
Needed
You have
it.
to put-
My face is all about halfway off.
Yes, it is. A scar, for sure.
That's right. The beard covers all things, Fritz.
If your beard is off, the whole side is gone.
God damn it! I told you I didn't want to shave, you furry bastard. Come here.
Oh, the hair will never grow there again.
That's
Oh,
a
there
nat
you go.
20, Fritz.
There you go.
Oh, natural 20, so 29 is a critical success, so it's a mega critical. Because of the natural 20.
Because I'm holding it up in the air and he just guts it.
18. Just pure evisceration there, Fritz.
18, that is going to finish it off completely. It's going to go to wounded 4. It is dead and done with. And I'm just going to delete them.
There is blood everywhere.
Oh, it's brutal. This is
Especially over Elias. Elias
Oh,
and
thanks.
Valor, since you two were the ones closest to me holding this thing, you guys just sort of get it from the back swing, the front swing, and
all right.
It's okay. It matches the bear blood that's splattered on my armor.
All right, excellent. You did a great job.
Now we got meat.
Everybody gets a hero point for that conflict. That was so well resolved. So give yourself a hero point. Now, as once again, and by the way, Ryan, I almost never give away hero points. Just, it's not a thing with
Yeah.
me. So these guys are
Okay.
really lucking out because it's a special occasion.
We've never received so many.
I feel so blessed, but at the same time, I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop and something else eviler to come in and take my hero point from me.
Yeah.
Once again, silence falls upon you. You're in this room. The bodies, the carcasses are laying spread out, gashes, blood everywhere. Just there's plenty of meat to harvest here, Arthurian. And it's just then, as you breathe in deep and you start to calm down from the excitement of the battle, you realize that this is Clarencia's home. Where is she? She's nowhere to be seen. And the room is just ravaged. All around, even on the outside, just everything has been destroyed. Things on the walls are torn down. You see scratches and claw marks on the doors. You see it on the walls. You see paintings ripped and torn where there would be a face or a scene. And you all stand in this room. You could check out some of the other rooms. We'll do so. You can move yourself into the other chamber if you want to look in that room. In this one last room, you see the door was open. Or the door was closed, I'm sorry. And you peek inside, and it seems undisturbed. But it also looks like something did not sleep in the bed either. It's made. But everywhere else, carnage.
Balfour's going to search that room.
Which one? The bedroom?
Yeah.
Give me a perception check, blind. This will take, well, it's irrelevant in this case. Go ahead and make a blind perception roll. And what are the rest of you doing while Valifor roots around inside this room?
I'm actually going to go to bed.
You are. I know. We're at that point.
Yes, I just wanted to finish up battle, but if you guys continue playing, Elias at the very least wants to grab a couple of those boar and bring them back to town to sell to that butcher.
Yeah.
Elias is like desperate need of coin. He needs a healer's kit, and he only has like 3 gold, and that's including what Dane gave him.
Mhm.
Well, we'll make sure to strap him to your back and you carry him back.
Oh no, that's perfectly fine.
Okay, we'll run
Right.
your character for a little bit longer here and play this out, and we'll let you know what happens.
It's great
All right.
playing with you again, Rachel.
Yeah, it was nice playing with you again. Hopefully we can do this again sometime.
Yeah, hopefully sooner than 7 months away.
Sure.
Yeah, I know it's been a while.
Yeah.
Well, have a good night, everybody.
You too. See you.
We'll see ya.
Take care, Rachel. Toodaloo. All right, you made a perception check?
Yep. Should have got it, right?
Mm-hmm. You don't find anything of particular interest, but you do notice as you go through the room, it definitely wasn't slept in, the bed. Nothing was disturbed in this little bureau where there's, clothes all folded neatly. This room has been untouched, undisturbed. Whatever ravaged the room outside did not even enter this room. No claw marks, scratches, nothing. You find a few odd knickknacks here and there, little bits of cheap jewelry, nothing special. That's about it. Elias remains in the other room, cutting up some of the meat. Arthurian, do you wish to join him and harvest some of this meat?
Yeah, I'll go in
Okay.
there and see if I can start carving up some of that boar.
All right. Loftur, how about you? What are you doing as this search is going on in this room? You're looking inside.
I might just tend to each of the boars again, like I did with the bear.
Yes. In fact,
Respect.
you'll go out of your way before they start
Yeah.
cutting into them and making use of the
Yeah.
meat, of course.
Yeah, and that which is perfectly fine. He's just a little solemn and just kind of murmuring to himself
Right.
or
And
to someone.
and Arthurian and Elias would notice this. They're eager to get to the cutting. But you notice this little ritual that Loftur seems to be partaking in over the animals that you've slain. So you do notice this, Arthurian. It's a little different. And then you go into it with your knives. Start packing and folding and getting some of that meat. Don't worry about your encumbrance and all this. You pack just enough. Okay. What else would you like to do?
Balfour wants to take a quick look around the area where the old lady was sitting.
Okay.
See if I can find anything.
You can move yourself over to where that corner was, where her chair was. 3 squares forward should do it. Yeah, perfect. Perfect. And what? What were you doing? Taking a look at it?
Looking through everything. The chair, the rug, the
All right, you're lifting
beer,
things.
whatever's there.
Yeah.
Yep.
Near the cupboard. Excellent. Near the cupboard, the cupboard that's been tipped over and the
Yeah.
glass has all been shattered. It's on its side. But one of the doors is kind of broken off. You do find a small little box underneath some broken glass. It's got a latch on it. What do you do?
Open it.
You unhook the latch carefully, your bare flesh touching the metal where a contact poison could lie. But you disregard such things from the GM. You flip it open. And there you see, it looks like a perfectly preserved ancient scroll laying inside almost a little pillow of green felt. It's about 6 inches long, about an inch wide. It's very small. It has a red ribbon on its top with a strange tie to it. It's not a typical bow tie that you've seen normally. It's kind of a very intricate bow. You tell yourself, I could never do that. What is this? Elven design, perhaps. But that's what you see.
Well, I'll close it back up and pop it in my bag.
All right, and you do so. And nobody else sees this unless somebody came out of the back room. I think all 3 of you are, including Elias, are still in that room at this point. It's going to take some time with the boars. Unless you, Loftur, you're kind of the question mark. Did you come out of there? I don't think you did. You did your thing, but
Yeah.
I don't know. What
Yeah.
would you do? What would Loftur do after issuing those last rites? or whatever. Prayers.
Taking a look at the rooms here. Hold on.
Okay. Right where you're standing, that's a window. It's been
Yeah.
broken through.
Yeah. I would have definitely just kind of wandered around, just kind of checking the place out as I would do.
All right. So, Loftur, if you want to reveal what you found, you can do so. Otherwise, it's not, as far as you know, not made aware that you just slipped that into your backpack. That's what I'll say.
You mean me?
You. Valifor.
Okay.
I meant Valifor.
All right, so you have that. Put well, let me make a note. This little box.
I still had the head of Growlgast in my bag. I got rid of it
Yeah,
because
you did.
we rolled that across the floor.
You did. That's left behind. I think
Must have been a big head. It was a cumbrance too.
King Scrong put that on a pike outside the entrance to his chambers, I'm sure. All right. After about an hour of searching, looking around the rooms, Elias and Arthurian, you come out of the room. You've got some fresh meat in your packs. Both of you. Make a note of that, Arthurian, so when we see Rachel again, in case she forgets or I forget.
Got it.
Lots of meat. Gonna sell that. All right, so an hour goes by, and this is the situation where you are right now. What would you like to do?
Is there any blood on the floor like they killed her? Or something killed her?
You did look at the area of the chair, right?
Yeah.
I think you got a little distracted by the cupboard. Well, underneath the chair, the spot where she had recently coughed and gagged out this mucus, looking carefully now, you see a much bigger wet spot. And if you look closely, which I assume you do, you can see that it's got a very blue tint to it, or a bluish green tint to it. It's much bigger than what you saw her cough out, and it's worked its way into the carpet. So you don't see like little chunks or anything like that, but whatever it was a liquid. You do notice that. Doesn't look like blood. If you'd like to make a recall knowledge medicine, you can do that.
I will do.
Okay. No idea what it is, although she did say she was sick with something. Even Elias can confirm that. There's something wrong with her. What, you don't know.
Does Elias have any kind of like detect magic spells or anything?
I'm not going to.
Can I scoop it up at all?
No, it's in the rug. You'd have to actually cut the rug. Cut out that section and piece. If you want to do that, you got blades. You can do it. Put it in your pack if you want. If you want to do that, you can do that.
I'll give it. I'll do that, and I'll give it to Elias since she was interested in it before.
Yeah, let her.
I'm sure she'd take it.
That's right. She's got it. Make a note, Arthurian and Valifor, that's the case, that Elias is carrying this, so we don't forget. All right, so here you are. Loftur, anything? If you wanted to make some recall checks on anything you think would be pertinent to where you're looking, Loftur, that might come in handy.
I'm thinking here.
To try and find out what caused this. Was it the boar? She's nowhere in sight. You haven't found any secret rooms or chambers or anything she could be hiding. It looks like there might have been an attic, but there's no... when you look up at the ceiling, you see just an arched ceiling, so there's no actual ceiling except the roof. You're looking at the inside of the roof, if you can imagine. So there's no attic.
Um,
Doesn't seem to be any trapdoors. Go ahead.
given I'm a guard and I've been investigating things like strange disappearances of people and that kind of thing. I don't particularly have a. I'm just looking for an action that would be
Any lore?
fitting for this.
Any lore that would be useful?
Yeah, I don't really. Not for this.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's okay.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think if there's any particular action as far as investigative measures I can take that would help. I can't think of any at the moment.
You could, for instance, I'm helping you guys out. You could,
Yeah.
for instance, look at the claw marks and try and use recall knowledge. If I've seen anything like this
Okay.
before, like would this be identifiable as a creature I've seen before? You could do something like that, and that would be
like
a.
recall knowledge, nature.
It could be.
Okay.
It could be a lot of things. I'd have to think about it, but that's one thing you can do. You want to try it?
Yeah, sure, absolutely.
Religion. Or nature. Whichever you feel is better.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna go with nature here.
Okay.
Can I help him with that?
You could make a check separate if you want.
We all might as well do it.
I would recommend just make the
Yeah.
checks yourself.
Yeah, I could just kind of be looking at the claw marks and talking it out loud.
Okay, so everybody make a nature or religion recall knowledge. And I'll roll for Elias as well. Tell me what you used. I'll see it actually. You don't have to tell me.
Public?
Blind.
I thought so.
There you go.
Loftur, you're the only one that really identifying all these claws and rips and tears in the door and along the walls. You're pretty much the only one that notices something that you can connect with. It's definitely something not natural. And the first thing that comes to your mind is those footprints you and Arthurian found in the forest. And then Elias jumping in and saying ghouls. You've never seen ghouls. You've never seen them, their footmarks, but definitely something unnatural. However, when you look at it, because you saw something that was mentioned as a ghoulish type of claw, this kind of looks familiar. The patterning is very similar. Although it's a claw and not a foot, the spacing is right. The claw, the way it digs in, much like it did into the mud outside and the tracks, it's very similar. It reminds you of that. But you can't verify that because you've never actually seen a ghoul. You're going
Right.
by what you've seen from Arthurian and what was said by Elias. Kind of makes you think, yeah, this is something unnatural as opposed to natural. You did use nature.
Right.
That's
Can't
what
help
you get.
feel like we brought the demise of the old lady here by coming here.
You say this out loud, Valifor?
Yeah.
Valifor falls to his knees. Tears begin to well up in his eyes. No! I kid. Role play it. That'd be cool. I give you a hero point. No. No, by the gods. Another victim of our curse that follows us.
More paperwork.
Yeah, there it is. Poor paperwork.
Now I gotta file an investigation report.
Right.
What do you think, Arthurian? Your dwarven eyes haven't seen things like this before. What do you think happened to the old lady? The old elven woman, elderly woman.
Well, the fact that we haven't seen any signs of her, no blood, no anything like that, I think she could be alive.
Melted.
Yes.
Question is, where would she go? She's not that fast for an old lass.
Perhaps
She was a sage,
magic.
though. Maybe there's something more to her.
I think there definitely is something.
Perhaps we
Being
can
as
see
there's
the
no
last-
blood. There's no blood, so maybe she got away.
There's no blood. There's certainly no body. If boars killed her, there'd be a body somewhere.
Or the ghouls took her.
Aye, but if there were ghouls here, then why were
They
the
wouldn't-
boars here?
And if there was ghouls, they would probably eat her, though.
Well, also they would have ate the boars, lad.
Yeah.
So
Well, maybe the boars broke in after they left.
that's what I'm thinking. But even so, I'm gonna have Arthurian go outside and see if he can look around for tracks. Correct.
What are you doing, Loftur?
Just kind of considering all the loss of life and the fatalities, and actually do bring up that you did hear reports from loggers nearby, here in the northern woods, that there were several fatalities that have taken place. Might be worth talking to loggers if we can find them around. See if they've seen anything recently.
How about this backyard here?
Did everybody follow Arthur outside? Artemis?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll go with
Sure.
it.
I am.
You're tired, yeah.
But as you step
Oh.
outside, Loftur, you catch it. You hear something running off to the east. Something was watching, you think, in the brush, and has just pulled away and run. You can hear the feet hitting the ground.
I let the other two know, or three know.
And it disappears.
Do we chase it or do we let it go?
I say we try chasing it.
Yeah, I'll have Arthurian spend all
All
three
right.
actions to book it.
All right, that's
We're
awesome.
all gonna book it. We're gonna haul it.
All right. It doesn't take long. You haul butt, chasing off into the brush, and you do actually catch glimpse in the early sunlight of blue-colored, tinted, sickly-looking flesh underneath some type of crimson red cowl or cloak, a cowl being the hood, running off. It's a humanoid, but not a normal looking human. You do catch
I
it.
see this creature long enough to take a shot with a heavy crossbow.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I
it's-
was just thinking, can I chuck a spear at him?
He's about 30 feet away. You're all running in behind him. 30 feet away. I'm going to give you each 3 actions. You can either 3 times move, or you can make an attack and do something else. You can do that. But he is first, and you follow after as a group. What are you each doing?
I'll take one shot with a heavy crossbow and then spend 2 more actions to book it.
Okay, what are you doing, Valafor?
I'm checking the range on a spear.
What are you doing, Loftur?
Still working on that. Just a second.
He's well within range. You're going to have a -1 to hit it in this case. If you want to throw a spear, it's going to take 1 action to pull it out, a 2nd action to throw it. Assuming you have nothing else in your hands. It's going to take 2 actions to throw this. If you want to do that, you go ahead and make an attack roll. Arthurian, you're going to do likewise. It'll take an action to get out your crossbow. And then another
I
action
am going
to shoot.
to hero.
All right, go ahead.
Does a 15 hit? Because if it doesn't, I'm going to hero point it.
That just misses.
All right, I'm going to hero point it and roll it again.
All right.
Oh, nat 20, baby.
You did. Let's see what your total is.
Nicely done.
It's most likely a critical. All right, you got a total of
I
31.
rolled a 6. 20 points of damage.
20 points of damage. You sink that spear right between its back, and he drops to the ground.
Plot spear.
And you hear this body collapse into the brush and out of sight. And the rest of you, while you're all thinking and pulling out, Arthurian's pulling out his crossbow. Nothing to shoot at the moment. Loftur, you're kind of hesitating. What's going on? You've seen this body fall in front of you. He's 30 feet away. If you want, I'll let you run right up there to him.
Yep, I'll do it.
Sword
Yeah.
drawn. All right, so you make your way up. Arthurian.
Actually,
What?
I was raising my hand up, but then I put it back down,
Okay.
then running up.
All right, Arthurian, you follow suit. Crossbow out.
Crossbow out, and I'll advance on this little bastard.
All right.
Hopefully, I just didn't kill a villager.
All right. And Arthurian, or
Hey, villager?
Jake, Valafor, you have another action, so you can follow suit up behind. It's only 30 feet, so you all converge on where this creature was felled, and there you can see him 5-10 feet away. He's laying there motionless. The first thing you see is his outstretched arms. They're like a sickly gray blue color, long black nails, and you see he's got a cowl over him and a set of robes, which are this very crimson color. And of course, sticking out of his back is this spear, which you can retrieve if you would like, Valafor.
Yeah, I'll stick my foot on his back and pull it out.
There's no sound from the body.
I'll flip him over with my foot.
Yep, that's what I'm picturing. And you do so.
Yeah.
And all right, so at this point, you see this body motionless in front of you. If you want to look it over,
Got it.
you could do a recall knowledge. It's pretty obvious how it died, so medicine wouldn't come in, but a recall knowledge to identify it might be in order. Doesn't look familiar.
To identify and see what kind of robes this guy's got on. See if I can identify if it's any significance or just tattered robes.
Ah, okay. Society would be appropriate. Maybe the color, maybe the fringe. Maybe there's a design that you can find that looks familiar. There are little designs on the fringe. Go ahead and make a society. Recall knowledge. If there's anything that rings a bell.
I want to check its pockets, see if it's got anything on them.
Of course you do. Alright, what is C? Okay, Arthurian, I see a roll. You're checking its pockets. And what are you doing, Loftur?
I'll just try a nature roll, see if anything comes of it.
This
Or
would be...
unless you think-
What would be appropriate here would be religion.
Okay, I'll try it.
And as he looks over the features of the creature to see if he's heard any rumors of this. It looks unnatural for sure.
Yeah.
This looks like, Loftur, what Elias was talking about.
Okay.
The so-called ghoul. Although you've never seen them, you recognize the foot shape and the long toenails and the size of the foot. It's got big feet. You recognize this as what you think is a ghoul. It has no pockets on it. In fact, it's got nothing on but tattered cloth underneath the robe. However, Artemis, making the society check, nothing springs to mind, but you do recognize there are in fact some type of symbols on this robe. This was part of something. This robe is a special organization of some sort, but you've never seen it, but it just looks like it. It's got a design on the front chest over the left, a circle with some type of arcane words in it you can't identify. Never
We
seen
should
it
take
before.
this back to town.
Yes. So that you recognize, but you don't identify it. It's something. At least you think.
I will take the robe.
Make a note.
Yep.
Robes.
Done. Robes of smelly dead ghoul. Got it.
Yep. Throw them in there with the meat. Life is good. Let's see. Let me look at the clock here on the game. Okay. It's about 2 hours before noon. Now, from what you have heard about ghouls, I'll give you a little bit of information. Now that you've heard Elias describe them as such, ghouls are nasty creatures which eat flesh. They consume flesh. They live to eat living flesh. Man, beast, creature, whatever. They savor it. So you've heard. And this, according to Elias, this is a ghoul. This is one of those nasty creatures of undeath. And you can mention this to the other characters. Those little tidbits. And Elias, who is actually here with us, I forgot, can verify that. All right, so you're all good. So what would you like to do?
I think it's time to go back to town.
Yeah. Sounds good.
I'll be on board for that.
You can regroup and come back another time.
Yep. We have to get the robes identified and this little box that I found. Who's that lady in town that was the one that had the magic items for sale?
Rin
Is
Savixi?
it Rin?
Rin Savixi?
Yeah.
I'll take that box to her and see what it is.
Yeah, she'd be most interested in that. I don't think
I'll
you've
take
actually...
the robes of the Dawnflower.
All right, well, let's knock off another 3 hours or another 2 hours on the clock, and you guys can make your way back. You're just outside this house. It's sad news indeed. Loftur, you'll have to report about this. Another mystery unsolved.
Yep.
And you could make your way back to Otari with being intent on doing that, for one. It's going to take a couple hours. Nothing else happens on the journey back. It's about noon by the time you get there. Midday. You see some loggers traveling along the granary road, getting ready to go to work, that kind of thing, while you make your journey back. And yeah, we could do that. So Loftur, you all get back to town. Loftur, you make your way back to the barracks to basically take care of some paperwork, because this is actually part of your job now. Another missing person.
Yep.
And Loftur, Rin Savixi's place is close by. Let's take us to Otari. Now, Arthurian, you have the robes. You're taking them directly to the Dawnflower Library?
Yeah.
Okay. You're well greeted at the front. Again, doors open soundless. And you're greeted by these white-robed, gowned priestesses of Saren Ray. They invite you in. And
What can we do for you?
Arthurian has the robe in hand, and he is going to present it. I need some help there, lassie. Trying to identify this.
Okay. They quickly look at it, and it's kind of, pretty nasty and stinky. It smells of death, and you've noticed this yourself. Rotting flesh. They're very hesitant to lay hands on it, and they request that you bring it inside, and they call one of the head priestesses.
We shall look into this for sure. And the one priestess claps her hands, and
Another two priestesses come forward. They do some whispering, and one of them retrieves a little bag and instructs you to put it in the bag.
we will take this below, and later tonight we will look at it. Where did you find it?
I took it off the corpse of a ghoul, lassie.
Oh, and they all shudder at the hearing of the word ghoul. And they'll do just that. They'll disappear with it down below. If you're okay with that,
I'm good with that.
and they'll get back to you. Come back in the morning, and we'll see what the head priestess has to say about this. So, if you come back in the morning, not at sunset, that's too early, but right around mid-morning, they recommend. And the head priestess will speak to you on this. They show a lot of concern for this, especially when you mention ghoul. They had their encounters with undead recently, and this isn't a good sign. And so there's that. Valifor, you head on over to Rinsavixi. She's on the northern side of town.
Okay.
Well, bow out, guys. I'm fading out.
All right, Kyle, thanks for joining. We'll see you Sunday.
Yes, sir. I'll be here with bells on.
All right, you take care, my friend.
Y'all
Take
be
care.
careful. Have a good night.
You
Take
too.
care.
Bye.
We'll see you in a minute.
All right, Valifor, you make your way to Rinsavixi. She is a tiefling, an elven tiefling, and she's there. You rap on the door, and there's a pause, and suddenly the door begins to move on its own accord, wide open. And before you is this lightly lit room. There's no windows, no sunlight coming in except from the door. And standing in the doorway, 15 feet away, in this doorway, opposite you, is this tall, slender, robed tiefling who you've barely seen before. And her hands are clasped much like this together, and she's staring right at you, and she says,
Greetings. How may I help you? You are...
and she kind of tilts her head.
Valifor.
Yes, Valifor, you are one of the companions.
Indeed.
Come, sit.
And she motions towards a small table to her right, to your left at the doorway.
What's the name of the old lady?
Her lady was Clarencia Ferendal.
Okay, I explained to her that I found this in her cabin. It looks like she may have met her end. When we came back, she was no longer there. And I found this on her shelf.
Okay.
I was wondering if you'd be able to identify it for me.
Perhaps. But first, would you like some tea?
Of course.
And before she seats herself, she disappears. She floats off into this back room where she was standing in the doorway of. And a couple minutes go by. You hear the clanking of dishes and pottery and such. And after a couple minutes, she comes back. And you're seated in this rather large, round room. It's not large. It's maybe 15, 20 feet wall to wall. And you're at this little table to the left of the doorway she passed through to get into this, perhaps a kitchen. You can barely see in there. It's not well lit. But in here, there's candles all along the walls. There's books. There's oddities and trinkets and vases and all kinds of books and scrolls all over the walls of this chamber. You've heard that Rinsavixi specializes in these things, the collecting of magical oddities and items. And you're seeing this and noticing it now as you sit here alone in this chamber. And you also remember that Rinsavixi of course, was at the meeting and has some favor with the mayor, as well as some of the companions. And this is actually your first time talking face to face and meeting her face to face. After a couple minutes, she comes in. She has a cup and a vase in her hand, and she pours you some tea and slides it across to you. This is a fine herbal tea. Take. And she seats herself opposite of you. Now show me what it is you bring. This box, you say? And as you
I
pull this...
pull it out. Okay, go ahead.
No, finish. You go for it. Describe it.
I slowly pull it out of my bag and I hand it to her. I've opened it already. It seems to have a scroll inside with an ornate ribbon.
Ah, I recognize this. This is of elven design.
Do you mention where you got this? I wasn't sure you did or not.
Yeah, I did.
Ah, Credencia, you say? Yes.
She is of elven blood. I have met her a few times. Tell me, why was she so willing to give this to you?
We unfortunately couldn't find her on our second trek back. She told us to come back the next day when we were asking her questions about the gauntlight and our investigation.
Oh my.
She told us to come back the next day, and when we did, it looks like something had gotten to her.
Oh no.
Ghouls, perhaps.
That is terrible news. Ghouls, you say?
Yeah.
All right, you're on the map at Rincevixi's location. It's a little green sign. Just briefly, Loftur, do you make any attempts to come over to Rincevixi's or join any of the other characters at this point, or are you going to fade out at this stage?
Yeah, I think I'm going to fade out.
All right.
Reality and...
All right, so before we go any further with this little interaction with your character, Valifor, Ryan, thank you for being here. I really enjoyed the session with you. It's different, I'm sure, you know. I hope you enjoyed it.
Oh, of course. Yeah, always.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, and thank you to even those of you probably listening to the recording after you've taken off for the night. Thank you for making arrangements to everybody for playing. It was great.
And
I really appreciate it.
You're welcome, my friend, and you're always welcome. You're part of this campaign, as you know, and you can join us anytime you're available. Loftur is very important to the story, and you will see that unfold in the coming weeks and months. And you're always welcome to take over and play.
Take care. Yep.
Now, back to Rin.
Rin's Wonders.
Yes, Rin's Wonders. And you can read all about her on the map there. Her details are there. That's common knowledge to anyone that asks around. Yes. Credencia. She seems deeply concerned about what you say, ghouls and where she might be, and she's disappeared. And she's greater concern when you describe the scene where she had disappeared, how her home was ripped and torn asunder, and how it was infested with boars, at least at that point.
I'm also going to tell her about the carpet, and we took a sample of it and describe it to her how it had like a bluish tint where her chair was. I was wondering if she would know anything about that as well.
She takes great interest in it, and she asked to see it. The carpet piece that you took.
Yeah.
And I assume...
Does she know what the box was?
Well, you've identified it. It is basically a scroll. She hasn't opened it. I mean, it's not hers. She wouldn't just open someone else's scroll. However, it's worth investigating, and we'll ponder that, because that's where we're going to end the session, to see what happens with this scroll. So, yeah. So there's a lot of things to be found out in the next episode, because we're going to find out what is this scroll, we're going to find out about this nasty carpet of Vile. This may be something about what Elias found as well. Elias did collect some things as well. We'll find out more about that. And of course, the robes being identified the next day. So what we'll do in the next session, we'll pick up with that goings on. We'll see what transpires and what the party can learn. And we'll move into the next stage of the story, which will probably be, once again, Dane and Sheppi and Thea deep underground in the gauntlight. But I think we'll leave it there.
Okay.
I don't want to push too far ahead and players aren't here. So we'll get all this stuff identified in the next session and see what happens. Do you have any questions?
Nope.
Excellent. All right. And with that, we'll end the session. Folks, thanks for watching. It was enjoyable. I had a great time. I know Byron's been listening in, painting away, crafting, I'm sure. And of course, everybody else that played tonight. We had Kyle, we had Rachel, we had Ryan, and of course, Jesse, my nephew, once again playing Valifor. Next week, or Sunday, he's going to be playing Sheppi once again. We'll get back to that action, and that's going to be fun. Dungeon crawl. I'm looking forward to it, folks. I hope you enjoyed. Jesse, say your goodbyes, and we'll end this live stream, or this recording.
Thank you to everyone that's watching. I had a great time tonight. Once again, great adventure put on by our DM.
GM.
GM.
I'm not a DM.
And look forward to diving back into all the mysteries of this Abomination Vaults, because the pieces are slowly coming together. And we're figuring out this story. And as always, to arms, everyone. And have a good night.
Folks, we'll see you next time. Till next time, you guys hang in there. It's only going to get better. Toodaloos, folks. Toodaloos.